United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Today is Thursday, the 16th of May. The time is 10:01. This is the Curry County Budget Committee, day 4. Do we have any public speaking requests? I didn't see any at my station. Just checking. Okay. And do we have somebody from the Compensation Committee here?
Excuse me, before we start, just the whole housekeeping. I know yesterday there was some discussion on the difference in the contract for the software program. I think what I'd heard was $170 for total cost, and you folks had heard another $150, and I'm not sure if we clarified that. But the second part of that would be with the CAFA, which is the County Assessment Function Funding Assistance, which I understand is an annual grant. And would that affect the software purchase? How much would we get towards that per dollar or overall?
So what I'd like to do is actually wait on that.
It can be a later date.
I asked Mr. Colin to come and talk to him this morning, told him there was some confusion, certainly on my part and amongst the members. So Mr. Colin is here, but I want to do our compensation review first because we'll get this gentleman to provide his report, and then we'll move into cleaning up those matters from yesterday. That work for you, Rich?
That works perfect. I just want to make sure we get into it.
Yes, sir. I have a list. Raleigh, is that correct? Yes. If you would, sir, please take the microphones and.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Bruce Raleigh, and I reside in Brookings, and I'm here today representing the Curry Compensation Board that consisted of myself, Mr. Kevin McHugh, and Miss Marcella Watermans. And I'm here to represent the board in giving our report from our work that we did when we met on April 22nd of this year to review the compensation of the elected officials. And so I prefer to be a little bit informal, so feel free as I kind of go through this. Hopefully you've received a copy of the report. It's a single page, it looks like this. And I'll just kind of step through it. And like I said, feel free to interrupt me at any point in time if you have any questions or that type of, or want to discuss anything in any depth. I will proceed with our recommendations. And as has been pointed out, our job as the committee is just to give recommendations to the Budget Committee, and ultimately it's within the purview of the Budget Committee to make any changes. As a committee, we don't have the authority to do that. Only the Budget Committee does. So these are our recommendations. We had a total of 5 elected officials that we reviewed: the sheriff, the county assessor, the county clerk, the county treasurer, and then the county commissioners. So I'll start first with the sheriff, and you can see in the chart here, and I might add, this is my second year serving on the committee, and it seemed like we had less information provided to us, so it would be nice to get a little bit more breadth of information and consistent information. One of the things that we had, one of the counties that was like ours was Crook County, and the information we had for each of the positions was a range of salaries that started, and there was quite a range in the salary, you know, a difference of $20,000 to $30,000 type thing. For example, for sheriff, the low end was $92,622, the high end was $124,500. And so we had to kind of make sense out of that because it didn't give us a easy comparison with that range, and so we had to kind of guess and mesh that in that. So just that comment for future compensation committee review sessions to have more definitive, a little bit more information also about the size of the counties and the duties of the elected officials in those counties, because it's hard without that information to compare apples to apples. Because like for instance, talking about the sheriff, I believe our sheriff here has several additional duties that maybe a sheriff in another county, even though comparable in size, may not have those duties. And so in order to fairly assess the compensation, that information will be extremely helpful too in the future. But we did the best we could with the information that we had. And so without any further ado, I'll go ahead and talk about the sheriff's salary. And so this peer average was from the chart we were given, and we picked out a subset of about 5 like counties and then tried to come up with a reasonable comparable figure in those counties, and that's what the peer average is. And so we found the peer average for the sheriff and other like counties to be about $92,390. Our current sheriff's salary is $88,480, and we felt, and like I said, I served last year, and my recollection is last year the sheriff was not granted any kind of increase in salary, and this year we are recommending that the sheriff's salary go up to $90,980, which represents a $2,500 increase. Moving next to the county assessor, the peer average salary that we found was about $76,120. The current salary of the assessor is $64,746, and we are recommending that be increased to $65,746, which is an increase of $1,000. The county clerk, the average we found to be $74,815. The current salary for our clerk is $64,098, and we are recommending that be increased to $65,073, a $975 increase. The county treasurer, the average there was $75,180. Our current treasurer is making $63,524, and we're recommending that be increased to $64,484, or a $960 increase. Then as far as county commissioners, the peer average that we found out there was $74,775, and the current salary that we were given is $66,469, and our recommendation was to keep it at that level of $66,469. And just a couple of things in my recollection and looking at last year's compensation report for the commissioners, just a couple of comments and notes. There appears to be some sort of disparity because if you look back at last year's compensation committee report, as far as commissioner salary, it was recommended at $68,600, and that was supposed to again not have any kind of increase. And so I'm not sure why, last year we were given the figure of $68,600 for commissioner salary, and this year we were given $66,469. So there seems to be a disparity. Not sure which is the actual accurate figure, but basically what it comes down to is the recommendation is to not change that figure. And in fact, in the past, it's noted that the commissioners have voluntarily taken a reduction in that last year because there was a county administrator in place, and we're encouraging something similar to happen as well, given the fact that a county manager was hired and to help with some of the administrative duties and that type of thing, and do similar things to what the county administrator had been doing before that change was taken place. So obviously, the setting of salary for the commissioners is in the camp of the commissioners, as we noted last year. And so, but our recommendation was that you consider taking a reduced amount over whichever figure is the correct one as far as the established salary for a commissioner to help offset the cost of the county manager, similar to what was done to offset the cost of a county administrator. So that is my report. Any questions for me?
I have no questions. Anybody else have questions for Bruce?
By any chance, did you look at things such as the insurance contributions or any of that?
Again, the information that we were given, and I've got a copy here if you'd like to take a look at it. It was basically a sheet like this, and it was lacking in a lot of information. There was information as far as benefit information for elected officials, but it was not parceled out. So the assumption we made was that whatever benefits were listed for the county here applied across the board to all of the elected positions, and we did look at that and take that into account the best that we could. But again, having the lack of the details as far as, if, say, the sheriff got better benefits for whatever reason than maybe the assessor, this information didn't tell us that in the counties, even in our county, whether, there was a difference between elected positions. So again, I know as we first met in the discussion we had, we were a little bit frustrated with the lack of detail in the information that we were provided to work and make the decision based on. But yeah, we did best that we could take benefit information into account.
Rich?
Yeah, I was just wondering, when you look at the peer average and then you look at what you recommend, for instance, let's say the sheriff, you say the peer average is 92,390 and you're recommending 2,500. Then you go down the line and see the assessor at 76. How do you come up with this figure of the increases? It seems kind of low to me if the peer group over here is receiving this and you're advocating $1,000 an increase or 2,500. How did you arrive at this?
The way that we arrived at it, and that's the other thing I forgot to mention, we do, as we put in the report here, the general feeling is that, compared to their peers across the board, our county elected officials seem to be underpaid. The way that we came away with this is we kind of looked at one of the things that was on the chart that we had was an anticipated salary increase percentage. And so we took that percentage, kind of did an average. I'm trying to remember. It seemed like the average across the board went anywhere from 1% to 2% in the comparable counties. And so I believe we settled on about a 1.5% increase. And so what we did is we took the current salary of our elected official and applied roughly a 1.5% across the board.
I think I would like to say I appreciate the effort you put forth. It just appears to me to be low, and not criticizing the vote or anything. It just, general appearance doesn't match up with me, so.
Yep,
thank you.
I understand, and the reasoning there is I think we were cognizant of the fiscal soundness of the county and the, revenue struggles and that type of thing, and wanted to, recognize by granting increases, but also wanted to make reasonable recommendations.
I understand that. Thank you.
You bet.
And
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If now is appropriate time, I'll be prepared to make a motion here in a little bit, but just a quick comment and gratitude to the Compensation Committee. And we'll get a chance to properly thank you and Mr. McHugh and Ms. Waterman. I referenced the other day the experience of the elected officials we have here, from Everett Dial, the sheriff, all the way down. And the short 2.5 years I've been here, I have worked hard to build a relationship with each and every one of them. They have been absolute go-to people, and that includes former county commissioners, at least a half a dozen, that still care very much about this county and the direction. So if the committee is okay, I'd like to make a motion to accept, if now's the time, subject to your approval, Mr. Chair. If now's the time to make that approval to the committee that the commissioners can vote and potentially approve later on, I'd like to accept the compensation committee's.
I just want to make sure there's
Yes.
no other questions.
Excuse me.
before
I
we
will-
move
I
to
will
that,
wait
but
then.
certainly I think we're close.
Okay.
Any other questions for Bruce?
You accept the question from the Peter Gallery?
I don't see why not.
You have to,
Mr. Raleigh?
You have to come up.
the mic.
Identify. We'll need your ID.
Mr. Raleigh, my question was, and I'm sorry I didn't have the opportunity to meet with the salary committee to discuss these when you met, but my question was, which of the 5 counties did you compare us to? And did you take it into consideration, at least for the assessor's position? I was aware that this was the list of counties that you got, but I don't know if you took into consideration that there's only 4 of these counties where the assessor is also the tax collector. And generally, when that occurs, those assessors are getting paid a little bit more.
Basically, to answer your question, before we started, went, and there were some counties that population-wise, they were quite a bit different on our chart here. For instance, Curry County is about 22,600 for county population. One of the counties here was Lake County, population of 8,000. And so we kind of threw them out. It's like, so to answer the question, the 4 main ones that we zeroed in on were Malheur, Union, Crook, and Jefferson. And Malheur population 31,007 roughly. Trying to read my writing here. Union County, if I remember right, is about 26,000. Crook County 21,500 and Jefferson County 22,700. So population-wise, and then the rest of them, like I said, Lake County was 8,000, Baker County 16,500, Morrow County 11,700, and Wallowa County was 7,000. We didn't fill those that necessarily were relevant. And to answer your other question, as far as that's what I talked about in the beginning, the lack of information about duties, because we are not well-versed, and certainly in other counties not well-versed as far as, what are the duties of the assessor there, and what are the duties of our assessor here, and how do they compare? As I pointed out with the sheriff has a big duty here in our county with search and rescue efforts that may not be the same case in other counties that may be even a like population. So that's part of the frustration, and it's probably reflected in the conservative recommendations here. And I would love to see a lot more detailed information. And, like I said, this is my second year on the committee, and in the 2 years, I've learned a lot, and not nearly as much as I've learned in the 6 years on the school board in Brookings, but I would be open to, for preparation for next year, working with somebody at the county prior to the time that we meet to say, here's the information we really need to do a proper job. We felt kind of handicapped with the information that we got, but, you know, realizing that there were, you know, deadlines and things, you know, you have to adopt the budget and it's a big process. Didn't want to say, okay, put on the brakes, get us the information that we need and that type of thing. But I think in preparation for next year, it would be greatly appreciated if we could get more detailed information. I mean, we're seriously looking at what, you know, 5 positions that we're evaluating here to be able to get definitive comparative salaries and comparative responsibilities and a little bit more details on the benefit information for the elected officials so that we can make a better informed decision because there is that difference in responsibilities. And, you know, if our elected official here has additional responsibilities compared to somebody else in another county, that should be recognized in the form of compensation.
Thank you, Bruce.
One quick question. Just off the top of your head, do you remember what you recommended last year?
Actually, I have the report of last year with me, so I can tell you exactly what was recommended last year.
Just percentage-wise?
Actually, I do not have a percentage. It wasn't broken down that way.
Okay.
But basically, the recommendations that were put forth last year were even more conservative. Let's see. Commissioner, no increase was recommended. Sheriff, no increase was recommended. And I apologize. The assessor was increased to $69,650. I don't have on the report noted what the previous salary was, so I don't know what an increase it was, but it seemed like in my mind it was right around, again, the $1,000 range. It was a minimal increase. Clerk was recommended to increase to $66,400, and the treasurer was recommended to increase to $66,400. And so, yeah, that's what last year's committee recommended, and don't recall what percentage that was. But
Thank you.
Mr. Huddle?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So earlier at the beginning of the meeting, I handed out to the 3 lay members of the Budget Committee the statutes on the salary or the compensation board's duties. They make a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners. However, the Budget Committee, if there is going to be a raise in the salaries of any elected officials, the Board of Commissioners cannot make that raise without a recommendation to do so from the Budget Committee. So any motion from the Budget Committee here would be if the Compensation Board is recommending a raise in the salaries of elected officials, it would just be a motion to recommend or to approve a raise of the salaries of elected officials for when the Board of Commissioners gets to that decision-making during their part of the process.
Thank you, Mr. Huddle. Any further questions for Bruce? Yes. You have to come up to the microphone, please.
Mayor Ford, I want to thank you for all you guys' work. And when it came time to for you guys to do your work, I didn't know anything about when you guys were meeting, and because every year I provide a sheriff's survey which gives all that information you're looking for, and I never was contacted by the compensation board to discuss that. So there was a disconnect there somewhere. I just want to put it on record. My compensation is without PERS. So that money, if I was to take the money out that I'm getting for PERS, put it back in my salary, my salary would only be about $78,000. So the county's not paying for any of my PERS, so we just put it into my salary. So there is no raise, there was no cost to the county for doing that. And I do know that last year there was, I think, three elected officials that were given a $2,000 raise. Commissioners weren't, and I wasn't. It wasn't directed towards me. I thought that was kind of odd that you would pick out some of the commissioners or elected officials and not the others. The other issue is, and the commissioners are facing the same thing. We're capped at an insurance rate of $1,000 when the union people are getting about $13,500, some are $13,250. which again starts working on that compression issue that we've been trying to fix. So my recommendation is that when we look at giving a raise or an increase to some people's salary, that goes across the board all the way up and not just stop at the non-representative, but it stops at the elected officials after they get compensated the same. It just stops that compression issue. Otherwise, we're going to continue fighting that. Thank you. Does that make sense? Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Any, Louise, you had your hand up earlier?
Yes, I'd actually, my question is for the assessor. Yesterday, I believe that the assessor spoke about the deputy assessor in his office having a salary that was more than his salary. Is going back to get some information. So I'd like to know what that difference is and if this recommendation corrects that or it just is still below.
Wait a minute.
Say again.
Jim Coley, County Assessor.
Commissioner Pash, if you have something.
No, that's
please.
good. I'm fine.
Well, I have a question. Why would this affect, why shouldn't the question come from us instead of Louise? Am I wrong? Or, I mean, this is,
Are you saying I don't have the right to ask the question?
no, I'm curious, are you going to be part of the decision?
No, but
No,
is this
I'm not.
information that'll help your decision?
Well, I think that we should have probably have it, but I don't know.
Okay.
I'm just asking,
I don't
I
make
don't
any-
understand the process and I just want to know. I didn't say you didn't have the right,
Sure.
but I'm just curious as to,
I just wanted to get you more information to help in your
Okay.
decision.
thank you. That wasn't clear to me and I was wondering where we were going with it.
So just as a point of order, we are 30 minutes into this discussion, and we need to start moving to wrap this up fairly soon. So let's please answer this last question and keep it as brief as we can.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. Currently, in this year's budget, with the way things are, this is without regards to any other increases you might do to non-represented employees. The assessor is about $4,000 a year in salary and benefits package behind the deputy assessor, my support.
Okay.
That's about as quick as I can make.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
So,
Try to steal
Bruce,
your papers.
thank you for your report. We're going to have to close this part of the session because otherwise this is going to drag out for a couple of days,
Yep.
and we still have two portions to do.
Yeah,
So-
just one parting comment. Yeah, I think all of the questions that have been brought up and the discussion that's been brought up, I think could be avoided if we had better information and were better prepared to go through the process as a compensation board.
Sir, next year, let me be your liaison. Contact me. I will get you the information you request. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
And I apologize for calling you by your last name, Bruce Raleigh. It's
That's
Thank you.
okay. I
Thank
answer
you,
to
and
many
please,
things.
please thank the other members for their service. And their
Thank you,
support.
sir.
So as for a process point, Mr. Huddle, perhaps you could help me here. Do we have two orders of business? One would be accepting the report from the compensation committee, and then the second would be making a recommendation.
So again, the compensation committee technically makes their recommendations to the Board of Commissioners. You actually have two orders of business. This is a separate business on a recommendation to allow the Board of Commissioners, if they want, to raise the fees or the salaries of elected officials. The Board of Commissioners sets the salaries of elected officials, but they cannot raise them unless the Budget Committee approves. So in addition to your duties of reviewing the budget and approving the budget, you would have a separate motion aside from that. So I think you maybe review a budget, you maybe recommend a permanent tax rate, and then this would be a third one to authorize the Board of Commissioners to raise the salaries of elected officials per the recommendations from the compensation board.
Yes, sir.
Can we deviate from the recommendations from the compensation board if the committee recommends the raise?
Yes, so the The recommendations of the compensation board are just that, just recommendations. The ultimate decision will be the Board of Commissioners, but the Board of Commissioners cannot make a raise above that approved by the Budget Committee, which you are here. So if the Budget Committee here has an idea amongst themselves of the top limits that they want to authorize the Board of Commissioners to go to when they consider compensation of elected officials, that's what the Budget Committee should be doing, is creating a ceiling that the Board of Commissioners don't go above. You don't have to accept the recommendations of the Compensation Committee. That's just information for you to make your decision. Ultimately, the Board of Commissioners will consider. So you're going to get to do your presentation again to the Board of Commissioners when they come time. So this is technically the Budget Committee here.
So do we,
Okay.
From last year, I actually did the presentation last year, so I'm familiar with the
Very good.
process.
All right.
So do we need to make a motion to accept the compensation board report?
No, you don't. What you need to do, in my opinion, is authorize top-level salaries for any elected official. And you may want to, there's 5 of them, I think. Well, there's 3 commissioners and then 3 or 4 others. I think what you might do is say, do we have a top range salary for the assessor? Do we have a top range salary for the treasurer? Do we have a top range salary for the clerk, sheriff, and then Board of Commissioners? And then just discuss each one of those amongst yourselves.
So I'd like to make a recommendation
Okay.
before we go any further, just to move the process along, and then we can certainly discuss it. My recommendation would be as follows. I am recommending a 2% cost of living increase for all elected officials across the board, and increasing their $1,000 in health care to $1,200 in coverage in health care. And that's my recommendation. It's certainly up for any discussion amongst all the committee members.
I'll second that.
So I think.
I know, it's just a recommendation.
Yeah, well.
Verifying and seconding,
So-
so.
What was the amount on the?
2%
A
COLA?
2% cost of living adjustment across the board for all elected officials, and raising health care coverage from 1,000 to well, not the coverage, but the
Contribution.
copay from 1,000 to $1,200.
The contribution.
I'll second that, but I would like to take, my opinion would be to take the commissioners out of the COLA raise. I think ourselves, for my vote, it would be not to give the commissioners a salary raise. As far as the insurance goes, that's a separate issue for me, so
So you want to take them one at a time, more or less?
I would like to take them one at a time if
Okay.
we could.
Question, this recommendation just made it 2%. If I don't agree with that, I mean, is that where we stuck with that?
No.
Because I think
That's what we're
2%
this is
Yeah,
a
this is
discussion right
just
now.
discussion. Because,
And then we can vote, let's say that becomes a motion and it's seconded, then we have a vote on it, and the vote carries.
okay.
So what would your recommendation be?
I'm, we're talking compression and comparison to the negotiations, and I'm not sure on the health insurance. I'm totally knowledgeable, but I think 2%, in my opinion, is low. Just my personal opinion. And I don't know how that figures in if you figure in health and the overall percentage package. So if you have health, you have the 2%. Are you including that? I'm sorry.
That's okay. I think, as Commissioner Pash said, breaking them down into their component pieces would help the discussion. I don't know how to analyze how it makes the total percentage
Right.
increase in the package, but.
I just don't want to get locked in at that 2% for me. So if,
I
if
think you
it's a
should-
vote, then I guess it's a vote.
Well, it's a deliberation, it's a motion and deliberation and then a vote. So I think you're deliberating now and given your reasons why, you might want to expound on your feelings on the 2%, why it's not good enough or what it should be perhaps.
Now,
Sure, because it's
sure,
deliberation.
I don't, hey, we're talking compression issues, and we're talking salaries, people that haven't had raises, elected officials, and I agree with the commissioner, if they want to exclude themselves from raises or whatever, that certainly is a different ballpark. So, yeah, I think it's a low figure. Do I have a figure that I would say? I'm saying at least 4 or 5% is my feelings.
So, and by the way, if I could just remind the Budget Committee what you're doing, you're not actually granting any raises or granting any increase. You're authorizing the board of what they can't go beyond.
I realize that.
Okay,
That's
good.
why I don't want to be
Yep.
locked in at the 2%.
Just for general information, I've kind of ran some numbers during your presentation, and if we were to go just a straight 3% across the board for all elected officials other than myself, you're looking at basically $40 a week per elected official if you break it down that way. So this is not a huge sum of money you're talking about, and that would be a 3% raise, and not addressing yet the insurance on
Anybody else have discussion?
I'm
on
with
this?
Mr. Pash. In the interest of pay equity, it's hard for me to justify. 3 other elected officials have been here a lot longer than me, than I actually have more money than them. Could we add to that, simply bring the assessor, clerk, and treasurer up to the same level of pay as the commissioners? And what would that do to our budget?
Well, there's a whole lot of other machinations we need to get to before
I know.
Because that's a small impact, and I think there's a lot
That was
of
on the
those.
assumption that we could handle that.
If we're looking at a 3% raise for the assessor, clerk, treasurer, and sheriff, and I'm going to leave the sheriff out of this honestly because I didn't do the percentage raise, but you're looking at basically between $1,905 and $1,972 per annum on that. So that would get them very close, within about $1,000 for the most part to the commissioner's salary. So you may be looking at another 0.5% or 1% up to 4% on that. So
Would that be with the help?
that's without health care, and that's something completely different. That's what we're talking about just right now, percentage of raise.
I
And
mean,
then
you're
the
not
insurance-
taking help.
The insurance would be something.
You're
different.
not taking help out, though, right?
No, we're not
Okay.
taking.
But the healthcare cost is $2,400 a year per person, that $200.
Yes.
And that's why, I made the recommendation I did. I don't like recommending lower amounts. I want to keep things fairly even, but I think addressing the health issue and getting that more in line with where everybody else is at sort of levels that playing field a little bit. And then if we take your figure with the 2,400, well, we're at a pretty reasonable increase.
And just so I understand this process, again, Counselor, we're making a recommendation, a ceiling, if you will, that the commissioners will vote on and determine what that will be.
Right, per those statutes, if the Board of Commissioners cannot raise the salaries of any elected officials without approval of the Budget Committee, so if you set a ceiling, as long as the Board of Commissioners stays anywhere within that ceiling, I would say they followed that statute.
Okay, then I would recommend 4%, to create that ceiling at 4% with the other recommendation.
The 200 increase in the health
Correct.
insurance. Okay, so is that a friendly amendment that would be accepted by the second? Or is that even accepted by the maker of the motion? I mean, it's kind of interesting. That would, we're getting into some real goofy parliamentary procedures here, but essentially we had a motion. It got kind of split in two. We went percentage first.
We will withdraw your motion and then have a new motion. Would that be all right?
Well, I think we're still in discussion phase. That's the
sure.
problem.
You are.
I'm not comfortable at 4% because I think when we include the healthcare costs, that's a significant increase. We have a lot of budgeting left to do. We haven't even gotten to approving a single budget yet. And I just want to be conscientious in our approach. I agree totally. Our elected officials are underpaid, but we can't fix everything in 1 year. We'll be
Right.
bankrupt. There would be no money left. And we have to process these things slowly. Let's try to get everybody caught up. I would be comfortable at a 3% and the health care. I think the health care is important to create that level playing field, if you will. And that's a significant difference. That's $2,400 less a year that each elected official is going to pay towards their own health care. I think it's a pretty significant contribution. And so I would be comfortable going up to 3%, recognizing that other $2,400 a year cost, or actually decrease in cost.
I agree with that.
I'm still at 4%.
So why don't we have a motion and a vote on the 3%? If that
You're
doesn't-
3.5.
Well, I'll tell you the other thing. The other nice thing about the 3% is it keeps us in line with
Everybody else.
with everyone else in the county.
Okay.
We're not getting, elected officials are not getting ahead of everyone else in the county.
Well, from what I've seen, they're not going to get ahead. They're behind and have been behind for several years. But anyway, I'm still stuck on the 4%, but that's what we can vote on. So.
Well, it may not, you don't have, it doesn't have to be a unanimous vote, it just, the motion would just have to pass by a majority.
Right.
So really, that's kind of, and then it would be nice to know exactly what you're voting on. Did we go back and combine them back into percentage and health
You
care?
want to do that?
And you also have a hand behind you. I don't know if you're still willing to take comments?
Not right at this
Okay.
time. We're processing, and I think,
Fair enough.
otherwise,
Yep.
we're,
I know what you mean.
we're 45 minutes into the day, and I'm already freaked out because we got a lot to do.
Like,
So
I
let me
agree with
amend my initial motion with the following. A 3% increase across the board for all elected officials. If the commissioners choose not to take that, that's entirely up to them. This is just a ceiling point. And increasing the $1,000 in healthcare contribution to $1,200 per month. So a $200 a month increase. That is my recommendation and motion.
And I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Well, you might need to do a voice vote since there seemed like
Okay.
there was some. JJ, do you want to go roll call vote on this?
Okay. Committee member Boyce.
Aye.
Trying to do this alphabetically. Committee member Alcorn, or Vice Chair Alcorn.
I'm all about negotiations, so I say yes.
Was that a yes or no?
Yes, that's a yes.
Committee member Gold.
Yes.
Committee member Pash.
Yes.
Committee member Dode.
No.
And Chair Duque.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-1.
Yes, Louise.
Is that what you want me to put in the budget?
The commissioners still have to meet and make a decision. Is that correct, Mr. Hill?
Yes.
Right, and
But that doesn't,
so I think, yes, the answer is, Louise, they're asking to budget this amount, and then the commissioners, but the commissioners would ultimately approve the budget, Louise.
Yes.
So it's really a question for you, what will help you the most, presented in the budget or not?
well, see, this is where I am on putting this into the budget, and I do want to put it in the budget because I believe that basically this is going to be approved by the board, but this affects a lot of admin costs, which affects almost every single department in this county.
Yes.
So the calculations for me to be able to give you the numbers to approve the budget will take, after we review today, it will take me some time. So it'd be probably Friday afternoon before we could meet to approve the budget, if you understand that's what would happen.
As I was going through and tabbing my book a little bit last night, I realized there was no way that we are going to conclude all of this today.
Okay,
So
good.
yes, I think as we get through the day, we'll be in a better position to pick a time that will do the final vote.
Okay, so although the commissioners did not really, individually said that they didn't want to increase theirs in any way, the budget committee does want me to put it for everybody.
I would ask that you just put it all in, and then the commissioners can make a decision, and if they elect not to do that, then that's just going to be less cost for the county.
Okay? All right, just making it clear.
Yes, sir.
I agree with you about moving things along, but I don't want to move it so fast that there's something we're voting on we don't totally understand. And I realize what you're saying about the rest of the budget, but my experience with budgets, and I may be wrong, is that often some people put in more than they want and hoping to get, or more than they want, and then hoping they get it. So, yeah, I think there might be some discussions on the budget, but I don't want to be my feet to the fire to put this thing through just for the sake of time. So, and I understand where you're coming from because you probably sacrificed more than Brad and I.
We have a lot to do, and our goal is to get through this week, and I don't think that it's unsurmountable. certainly, I'm not trying to rush through the budget. If it feels that way, please let me know, and I'll try to slow that down.
I will.
Okay.
There's some handouts.
I want to get to the
Just
assessor first, and then we'll get to
Okay.
SRS, and then we'll get to getting to the budget.
Okay.
So, because I asked Mr. Coleman to come down, and I don't want him to spend an inordinate amount of time out of his office. Thank you, Jim.
Absolutely.
And so we've asked the assessor to come back just to clarify for us what the cost would be. And what I would ask, Mr. Coleman, is if you could just identify the hosted cost. I think having our own server and doing all that, I don't think anybody's in support of that, including yourself. Would that be correct?
That's correct.
So we just want to focus on that. That way we won't get confused about any other potential costs.
Jim Cullen, County Assessor, the hosted cost is $170,000.
That's done, up to speed, schooled, everything.
Translated or
That's transferring the,
That's the upfront cost to acquire that system.
Okay.
And the transfer of data is included in there.
That is the
Okay.
cost of the transfer of data.
Okay. And what's the annual cost after that?
The annual cost after that is in the range of, I think, 92 or 97,000. Actually, I can pull that up.
I thought you said it was, I'll let you pull it up. You said it was 60.
97,500 annual maintenance cost.
I thought the other day when we spoke, you said it was 60.
That is what we're paying now, and what we would be paying is about 67,500 if we purchased the system outright. So we're paying more in maintenance cost, but what I mentioned the other day was that means that our software provider is going to have the licenses for the software. We're going to be on their hardware, and they're going to have to be responsible for maintaining that. And whatever upgrades are required, they're going to be responsible for all the backups. We won't have to pay our IT department to do that. And we have the additional benefit of if there's a disaster, they're going to be our disaster recovery.
They back up,
So-
you said, in 2 locations?
Yes, at least 2.
Anybody else have any questions for Mr. Coleman?
I do.
Go ahead.
I see so. Could you explain the CAFA, and are we going to get anything back on our CAFA grant for this purchase?
Actually, the CAFA grant will pay approximately 18% of this purchase, because the CAFA grant, and you got the name right, County Assessment Function Funding Assistance Grant, pays counties, and I think this year it's approximately 18% of our overall expenditure in assessment and taxation. That percentage changes slightly from year to year. I mean, back when it was first implemented, the CAFA grant, it was paying closer to 35 to 40%, but over the years it's been declining. So
Will that pay anything on the yearly maintenance next day?
it will.
Because this is a yearly,
It will pay the same
Yeah.
percentage on the maintenance next year.
so we have savings in those.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other, Louise, you have a question?
So, Jim, did I send you that worksheet revised with those numbers in it, with the purchase and the loan proceeds and everything in it? Did I send you a copy of that?
I don't know if you did, Louise. I don't recall.
Okay.
It's not.
Because I kind of did the handout yesterday that had 170 loan proceeds, 170 capital outlay, $40,000 a year, assuming a 4% interest, 5-year loan on the 170,000. So that's debt payment. So did you budget for the increased $30,000 of maintenance costs for next year?
We won't actually have to pay that
That until
increase
the
in maintenance
following year.
costs this next year. It won't happen until the following
Okay.
year.
So does that I know that you put numbers in for your CAFA grant. Does that change what you have, from what you originally put in? Does this
It does,
confirm
because
into your
the
CAFA grant?
original amount that I put in was the 352,000. I will be bringing an amended CAFA grant application to the Board of Commissioners next Wednesday, your commissioners meeting.
I just was concerned
To
about
account
it.
for this.
I was just concerned about his CAFA grant, and so I think that I have that handout that I did yesterday is correct for what we have to do then.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Cohen? Thank you for coming up today and clarifying that, Mr. Cohen.
Absolutely, it's important, like really, this is a have-to-do item. I
We
feel
hear
for
you.
Curry County.
We hear you.
Okay, thank you.
SRS is next with Louise. What did I do with that paperwork?
That was actually from me.
Oh, sorry.
I was like, I don't have anything prepared, so.
Commissioner Gold. There's
No,
a lot
you go
going
ahead.
on here,
That's the
sorry.
only copy there, so I went and got some more information after yesterday's meeting because there seemed to be a lot of confusion. So I wanted to get it in my mind straight, and I thought it might help some of the rest of you.
Is this something that you want to talk about, Commissioner Gold, or should I read this?
Only
and
if people
pass
are
it on to-
interested.
Okay,
If they're not, that's okay.
all right. I will pass this to the other committee members, and we'll take a break. I'll read through this, and then I'll pass it on to them.
Okay, that's fine.
Louise, did you have some?
Should comment on SRS?
No. Did you have something else that you?
I have some things for today, handouts for today. First, I'm going to hand out the page 129 and page 130. I noticed when we were discussing this isn't actually a the CAMI grant yesterday, I think it was. I noticed that there was a problem with the page wherein a comment had been inserted and it inserted lines and it moved all of the budget down 3 lines. So this is taking those lines back out and putting the budget correctly against the lines. So this is a replacement page. Did you get one already, Julie? Okay. And then I have the change from yesterday, and it was the clerk reduced their budget by $700. So this is the budget change from that. And then I did a kind of a sheet. I would have, if I had more time, I would have done a little bit more for you. But I was going to attach the changes that were already made to this handout, but I did not have enough time, so I referenced the handouts that I've already given you that these things took place on. So this is to help us go through the budget and show where we have approved or not approved or still holding on. So this is just a worksheet for us to work with this after, or the rest of the day, I guess. Thank you, Julie. They get these. So the single page is just it completely just replaces this page that just goes right into your book.
Mine's on 2 pages in my book, so.
Yeah, it's 129, 130.
Right.
Yeah. She's printed it so that it would just replace that one sheet.
Well, no, on mine, it's 2 separate pages. So it's 128, 29, 30, and 31. I don't know why.
I don't know why either. You got a crazy book. Huh. I'll have Tina look at it for you.
Yeah, see, here's 29, 30, but 2 different pages.
Anything else, Louise?
No, that's what I had to prepare for today.
Thank you.
If you want to, quickly go over this
131.
change from yesterday. Basically, it's reducing $700 in the clerk's recording budget. The line was travel mileage allowance. And what that does is it, to rebalance the general fund, I reduced the revenue by $700. So you had the handout of the non-departmental before. So this is an updated one, and the little box at the bottom includes that negative $700 adjustment to their proposed budget for the beginning fund balance.
Thank you.
Okay?
All right, in the spirit of comfort and environment, let us all please take a 15-minute recess. It is currently 10:58, so we'll take a 17-minute recess. Let's all come back at 11:15, and we should be able to start going through the tabs.
Did you want me to get
Stand
copies
in-
of that so you don't have to?
Actually, I read it, and I'm going to pass it over to Rich, and I'm going to pass it to Brad. I got, and I'm really familiar with that stuff, so
Okay. Somewhere.
It is 11:15, calling our meeting back from our recess. This is the Carew County Budget Committee. We've had an interesting morning. So we are going to move on to the budget process now, starting to go through the tabs. I had a couple of statements, a couple of general statements I just wanted to get out real quick. It's sort of overall, when I went through this, I was thinking that this year there's certainly some increased personnel costs. But this year, we just can't do everything. And I've noticed in a lot of the budgets that I see both personnel increases and material increases in the budgets. And as we go through these, I'll be talking about trying to get those material costs back down to where they were last year, subject to a review of our year-to-date cost, because we can't do it all this year. We have to pick, what are we going to do? Are we going to focus on getting our employees to the pay statuses that they need to be at? And if that, in fact, is the direction we're going, which I don't think we have a lot of room to negotiate that, then we have to really cut back on our materials and services and keep them as close to last year as possible. Otherwise, there just simply is not enough money to go around. So I've got a couple more things, and then we'll...
Can I just address that really quick?
I'd just like to finish my statement.
All right.
I'm almost done, and then I will certainly open it up. The second thing I noted is it would be good if the county could get to having purchasing centralized, not for everything. So there's times when the sheriff's department needs to buy uniforms and equipment, stuff like that. That's something they need to do on their own. But relative to office supplies, office furniture, and things of that nature, I think moving that into more of a centralized purchasing, where the purchasing has specific type of chairs that they're buying, and they're buying them in bulk, so they're getting them at a reduced cost. So when a department is asking for a chair, you're just basically pulling that out of your inventory that you may have. These things will save the county a good deal of money over time, because if each department is buying individual desks and chairs, the costs are going to be exorbitant. And so we need to try to think about that. That's not something we're going to be able to do now, but that's some advice I have about trying to lower our overall costs. The last item I have is just that we have a lot to do today. And so I appreciate everybody's support in trying to minimize our conversation about topics and to really focus on getting through these. I'm not trying to rush, but I do want to focus on what our budget items are and getting through those in a very organized fashion. That is it for my statement. Louise?
So the materials and services that you were speaking of, the increases are three things. It has nothing to do with what they're purchasing. It has to do with their admin costs, which are increased costs from commissioners, increased costs from the IT department, small decrease from the BOC office, and increased insurance costs. That's what those materials and services increases are. In some cases, I can think of 4 or 5 cases, the actual materials and services that they budget for their department has decreased already. So I don't see how you're going to decrease the minimal materials and services that these departments have budgeted for because of increased admin costs and increased insurance costs.
I already took that into consideration. I went through and I marked all this up. We can't change liability and insurance costs. We can't change admin costs, which will go up if there's an increase on the elected official side. Totally get all that. But I've marked a series of sections where people had a $5,000 material cost and now they're asking for 10. We can't do that this year. If we're going to invest in our employees, then we invest in our employees. But unless the year-to-date tells us that the current year-to-date spending is in line with their new request, we should be refocused back on those last year's numbers for materials and supplies. Because in my opinion, there simply isn't enough money to do everything that we need to do this year. And as we go through these, I will call those out that I have.
Okay. So I did hand this out for the review and deliberation part, so that I did make some comments on them, and I intend to, once you approve it, I intend to mark that one, approved, so that I know that nothing was missed that we need to go over. So, are you on?
Thank you.
All right.
So, having said that, just another point of order. So is the process to, like our first tab is BOPTA, is our process to go through that and then take a vote and approve it and then move on to the second item, and then when we do Friday, it's just an overall process. Roger. Make sure we're on the same page. All right, well, if everyone would please turn to the Board of Property Tax Appeals. That should be tab number 1.
And Louise was sweet and put the page numbers. Thank you.
Page number is 13. And I didn't see any issues there, and I would like to make a motion that we approve the BOPTA budget as
I will second that.
provided.
Did we have a motion?
Motion and a second.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Check.
Motion carries. Next, we're going to move on to the next item, which is non-departmental. That starts on page 14. The only thing I noted on here was on line 7, there's $800,000 in for BLM timber payments. Should that be $928,000? Is that the line item for that?
928 is this year's revenue. It is not for next year. The one that we just received, that 928, that's not this next year's money. The budget, the current budget for that is $1 million. The year before it was $1,000,001. And that's because of the SRS affects that line item. Before that, we were getting $700,000 to $800,000 for our ONC BLM payments. So the increase that was in this year's budget and in last year's receipts is because of the 2-year SRS payment.
The 928 they had already budgeted into 18-19's budget, not into 19-20. They'd already spent the money that we didn't have yet. knowing that we were going, well, we were supposed to get it, so.
I think that's an erroneous statement. We did not spend money that we did not have yet. That money was budgeted for and received in the same year.
Put it this way, you put that money in the budget already. The $1 million is there, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and now we've received, all we're talking about is what was announced the other day, the 928,000? That's what.
Yes, and that announcement was for money that was already in the process of being received. It was not new money.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, so you're not confused, is that's what Chair Duque was speaking about when he said the 800,000 on line 7?
Yeah.
Should that be 928? That's the money he's speaking about. I'm just clarifying the record that money was already put into the 18-19 budget, and that's why it cannot be in the 19-20 budget.
Yes.
So is that then part of the unassigned fund balance moving forward on line 31? Or was it 800,000 was the, I'm trying to figure out, look, I see number 7. I see a Fed payment that says SRS. I get told we got 928. Somebody help me understand where the 928 is, because that's 800,000, so where's the 928?
Okay, let me explain. I went through this whole thing in that little paper I wrote
Yeah.
because I thought there was confusion yesterday. Okay, we have 2 SRS payments that they did, 2 years, period. That was 1917-18 and 1918-19. The 928 went in the 1918-19.
2018,
Oh,
2000.
sorry, I was off by 100 years. Oh, well. So, it's already this year. It's done. It's this year, but she's projecting that we'll get 800,000 next year.
Next year.
Yeah.
So,
Because we still get the O&C payments even if there's no SRS.
so our carry forward balance, I'm not saying that whole amount is in there, but if there were any money left out of the SRS, that would be in that carry forward amount.
It would, but we got 900 and something thousand and I budgeted 1,000, so it's actually kind of short of the budget. So it's part of our carryover in the sense that anything over budgeted revenues that come in more than that would carry over.
Okay.
Anybody reads that paper that I put together, it kind of explains things pretty simply how the money came in.
So the next question I had was on line number 21, relative to the working capital reserve. Do we need to have $750,000 in that line item? What's our current year-to-date usage?
What page are you on?
I'm on page 16.
16, line 21.
Okay.
And if we could get our year-to-date on that subject, just to see where we're at on that.
Okay, so working capital reserve means that you actually don't use that money, so there is no year-to-date on that. And also, the fiscal policy in the county requires that we have basically what's called a contingency, and it's, I'd have to look at it again, but I believe that it's like 10%. I'm sure, I just really don't remember what that contingency amount is, and this line item is part of that contingency that we're required to have. So that line item, the one right below it, the non-spendable, and then there's several contingency lines, the $25,000 capital outlay, and then another contingency in other requirements. So those all added together. I don't know why they set it up that way. I've just been following what they have been doing before. But those all together is the operating contingency of the general fund and protects the carryover balance.
So my question on this is, does it need to be at $750,000, or could we lower that to $500,000?
It needs to be at 750, in my opinion.
Is that state statute, or?
No, it's my conservative, unless you want next year's carryover balance to be another $200 in the hole, I would not change that. doesn't make any
200 or 200,000?
sense. 200,000.
Oh, okay. It's kind of like my year 2000.
So the reason I'm asking that question is because I think this year we need to put some of the general fund to work and not have a bunch of reserve funds. We need to have some reserve, every organization does. If there's a, some sort of a rule or something that you have in the county that says that, it just seems to me to be a lot of money that's set aside in reserve that isn't put into play. And I think this year we probably need a little bit more money put into play.
The reserve is also to have a cash balance in the first few months of the year before you start getting your property tax collections. So you have 4 months of no activity, and you get most of your money in November, December. So if you don't have the carryover balance, then we're going to have a cash flow problem, a severe cash flow problem paying payroll and bills.
That's true.
I understand. I'm simply asking the question.
It's a good one.
So I have to agree with Ken a little bit here, and I want to make sure I'm on the same sheet of paper, but 750 seems a little high, but, because on one hand, you're saying this is what we're going to get anticipated from the other funds, and then you're saying we're going to get PELT funds that's built into next year that we don't already have. But I still think 750, 500, and I don't know all the inner workings, but I think I'm not against moving it down to 500.
Please.
I'm just curious, what is payroll for a month? Just an approximate figure.
I don't know what the cash balance, we'd have to ask Julie that.
Okay.
I don't see that kind of detail of cash.
My question is,
report.
if there's a $200,000 shortfall, what's the contingency for it?
That is the contingency. If there's 200, there's no contingency anymore.
Let me restate my question. We dropped this to 500,000, and all of a sudden, we're not making payroll.
We don't make payroll. There's no contingency for it if you don't have the money.
So the board wouldn't look at going to the road department, taking out a loan for 1 year and getting flush and waiting for the income to come in to back, I think there's ways to do that. I mean, even in our organization, I carry a pretty healthy reserve, but not to sacrifice operations. And I think this year's just a little touchy. We've got some pretty significant cost increases relative to personnel. And I'm just trying to find ways that don't hurt departments and operations to make more money available. Again, I don't want to get stuck on this point. If the recommendation is to leave it at 750 from the commissioners and staff, then that's probably where we need to keep it. If it's possible to move that down to 500,000 and put 250 at play, then that would be something that I would think would be a good process.
And obviously, taking money out of the road funds is not really an option that we want to consider that often, but it is a contingency in that case.
Certainly. I would not pay my employees, whether I'm public or private. I would make sure my employees get paid. I don't care what I got to do. If I got to sell 10 vehicles, my employees are going to get paid.
So if I could just clarify with Ms. Colstrom, this is 750 on the working capital reserve. The non-spendable is 80, and what else is in there? Roughly another 25, you said?
The 750 and 80 is actually kind of,
Lumped together?
oh, sorry. If you look up in the revenues, there's three pieces of the carryover revenue. One is the unassigned fund balance, one is an assigned working capital reserve, and one is a non-spendable fund balance. So that 750 and 80 corresponds down here for the 750 and 80.
Okay.
So they're kind of reserved, protecting the carryover balance.
So could I ask you to ask Ms. Swift, or if she's listening, to perhaps give us an approximate on our monthly payroll so that we have an informed decision that we're going to make here a little bit later. Is that?
Yes.
Yeah, I think we can pass on approving this particular item and move on to the next item until we get clarification on that. Julie?
Chair, I just have a question. I know I've asked about this before, but I would feel better if we had our marijuana revenues broken out into here. I know we show gambling, I know we show OLCC. I just think that when the sheriff, a lot of that money is supposed to be going towards law enforcement, and the budget never shows how much is in there, and I think it would help to know exactly what revenues we are getting from the marijuana industry so that when he needs funding, we know what's actually there.
I think I made the comment before that we are changing the title of that one. It is in our revenue and expenditure numbers. I have this one up, but if you want me to pull the other one up, I will. But,
And this year, when he went to make a contribution to Cint, he had no idea how much money was there, so we ended up having to write a grant for it.
see this one? Oh. This right here, what this says is, it should say state marijuana taxes, like it says tobacco,
Okay.
alcohol. So that's where we are right now.
So moving forward, that'll say marijuana?
Yeah, we're changing that, and we're changing the title here in the budget book, so the adopted budget book will actually say this same thing, shared dash state dash marijuana taxes.
Thank you.
Good, yeah.
So we'll come back to non-departmental. I've already got that marked, that we'll come back to that. Moving on to county clerk and elections, that is page 17, 18, 19. So in reviewing the clerk's elections department, there's a $24,000 drop in revenue, which she talked about. There's a nearly $11,000 increase in personnel cost. And when I got over here to the materials and services, under professional services general, there was an increase from 5,000 to 8,000, and I'm recommending that that be 7,000. Line number, now I gotta get a piece
What
of
line is
paper.
that?
That is line number 2.
2 on page
On page
19.
19.
Page 19, I'm sorry.
Could I comment on that when you get a chance? Don't we have a big election coming up next year that's going to require a
The
lot
reason
more?
that the lines in the elected departments is next year is a primary. The primaries, elections do not get support from other taxing districts. So if you look up above the special district reimbursements for the other elections like that we had this year, we get reimbursed for those costs. And in primaries and general election years, the ballots, everything is the cost of the county clerk. And so that's why all of these are increased, is because they have no, there's a big election and they're responsible for that.
So looking at this information up here doesn't help us much because we did things differently this year.
This year, this is a
Non-primary.
non-special election year for the elections department.
So I certainly heard that as we process that, but the issue is $24,000 less in revenue, nearly $11,000 increase in personnel expenses, a $23,000 increases in materials and services, which is an additional $58,000 from the general fund than the previous year. And again, going back to my original statement when we started, if this is the year of making our people whole in terms of their salaries, we have to be cognizant of what we're spending on materials and services. Can't do it all. It's just, there's not enough money to do it all. And so the other line items, and I'll just go through these quickly so we don't get stuck, and then we can certainly discuss where we're at. The copying and printing was a doubling of cost. Instead of 16.2, I just sort of, on my own, put 14,000. That's not the number we have to do. It's just my recommendation. We go down a little further to postage. It was 6,000 and 9,000. I suggested 8,000. On supplies, non-capital equipment, it was 0. And now we're at 3,200. I'm suggesting 2,000. Collectively, that would be a $5,400 reduction in materials and services. Please.
So I have one question, Louise. If things were juggled around all within this one fund, like if they had to spend less somewhere and more other places, that would be totally legal, correct?
So what you're saying, if I spend less here and more someplace else?
Well, like she's got repair and maintenance, or excuse me, property insurance is a non-brainer, but advertising or copying and printing, could she interchange those just a little bit as far as the costs?
As I understand, Commissioner Gold, the rules have been lines are not the issue, it's the category that's the issue.
Exactly, that's what I thought.
And having some flexibility in the movement.
So she could make adjustments within all of that.
Right. Is that also your understanding, Louise?
Yes, the appropriation level is the total of materials and services, not the line items in the materials and services. So if there's cost savings, there's, in one, the postage goes down instead of up, and it doesn't cost her $9,000, but her copying and printing for getting the envelopes printed in and everything out costs more. They all can offset each other within her materials and services budget.
So you're looking at taking a maximum of, for what you've recommended, is
$5,400 out of materials and services. That represents about a 9% reduction.
I just have one quick question. If you do this and her costs run over, can she come back and request more?
Supplemental budget, correct?
Supplemental budget?
It would be a supplemental budget, but I'm kind of hesitant about recommending that you reduce a elections budget that has no choice but to put out an election.
Did you just say 9%?
Approximately 9%.
Close
I'm
enough.
going to pull out my calculator.
Okay, thank you.
If the total increase in cost was $58,000 and we're removing $5,400, it's somewhere in the 9% category. And, I was conscientious of, I understood the part about the election. This is the tough part about doing this job. When you're sitting here on the Budget Committee, we're trying to be thoughtful about the amount of funds that we have to work with in the county. And again, recognizing that we have some high personnel costs and trying to reduce some of those other materials and services costs within normal protocols. I want to be careful not to put somebody in a position to have to do a supplemental. But at the same time, we've got to carve off some money. I don't know another way to do it.
I have a question for Louise. This little box at the bottom here, when you come across finance on page 19, where it says finance, payroll, yada, 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 that's a shared expense with other departments like the commissioners?
What actually those little boxes are, there is in our big, huge Excel spreadsheet that we put this budget into. There's one sheet that has all of the admin costs on it. And so this links to that, says equals that where that goes to. And so when I'm inputting the budget, I have a little guide that says I'm putting it in correct, the admin cost correctly from that spreadsheet. So I'm typing that proposed budget column in. The other one's a link from the sheet that actually calculates that. So it's a double check to make sure that that number is correct.
Just one point, what I did when I went through these is anywhere that she has those boxes, just line those out, because you really can't touch that. The insurance cost is the insurance cost, and the
Fixed
admin fee is the admin fee. There is no movement for those numbers. So I left those alone and only focused on other materials and services.
I will say, if you look at the history, though, 17 and 18, where they were, active election years, you'll see that the costs are more in line with her budget for 19 and 20 versus the 2019 year, where her copying and printing was 12,900 and then 21,000. So you're in the middle there. Some of the other ones for the postage was 9,000. In 17 it was 10. In 18 it was 9,200. So I think last year might have been a bit of an anomaly for them, that there wasn't a lot going on. So I think if we look at the previous history, it is a little bit more in line.
With the exception of line 15.
Yes. Exactly.
Just doing my part here.
No,
Commissioner Boyce.
Watching this would be my third budget year. I don't know how basic it would seem, or too simple perhaps, but just do a 5% across the board, every department, because of what and we know the risks are here. Maybe 5% wouldn't even do what we're looking at. So, okay, you're just confirming why I asked this question, and I've been waiting for this to be somebody else to bring this up. So, cutting to the chase here, if we have those issues where a department comes and, wait a minute, that 5% budget, this task just happened, creating this shortfall, come for a supplemental budget. The Budget Committee meets quarterly. I think that leaves us the door open. I am concerned at 5%, though, obviously all of us off the top of our heads here is not enough. But I think we are faced with that tough choice, in my view. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was my 29 cents worth. Any other recommendations about clerk's materials and services costs?
Well, it would be, I'd like to recommend that we look at the history here on this particular one, because the clerk is an essential part of this county, and what she has to do, not what she can do, but what she's mandated by law to do. So I could absolutely see a cutback on the supplemental non-capital equipment, even down to $1,000, cutting $2,200 from her budget on that, but leaving the other intact by looking at the history of the elections office. So I might make a recommendation that we reduce the budget only by $2,200 instead of $5,400.
Commissioner Pash, what about line item number 8, where if we look at the second preceding year, it was 13,000 and then it's 16,002. Could we push that to 14 and take another little savings there of $2,200?
Well, and we could do that, and again, this is something that if we needed, we could perhaps you're only talking about a couple $1,000s here, so could you move one line to another? Absolutely here, and then at the risk of maybe having to do a supplemental budget on that in a quarterly meeting, absolutely. So now we're back at 4,200 instead of 54.
So I'd make the following recommendation, is that we adjust line 8 to $14,000, and we adjust line 15 to $1,000. That would be a total reduction of $4,400.
Is that a motion?
Let me phrase that that is a motion.
Mr. Chair?
Where are you moving to what?
Line item
I got
on
the
page 19.
8's printing.
Line item 8 from 16,200 down to 14,000. That would be a reduction of 2,200.
Right.
And then line item 15, supplies non-capital equipment, from $3,200 down to $1,000. That would be a $2,200 reduction, having an overall impact of a $4,400 reduction to total materials and services.
When you talk about non-capital, what are you talking about?
Non-capital. Capital is usually $5,000 or more.
what does it entail? Is this envelopes, paper?
Oh, no, that's, let me get to that, and I got to put my glasses back on.
That's line 15.
Supplies, non-capital equipment, it could be a chair, it could be just about anything.
I don't remember what she said it was for. She said it was just for a specific item, but I don't remember exactly what it was.
Can we find out what that specific item is, or
Well-
are we not wanting to go down that
Well, the
path?
problem is, we'll be at this another week if we do that, because then we got everybody
Okay.
coming back in the check.
Just asking.
And what they can do is move, again, they can move
Okay.
one item to another and
Within the category.
jockeying for position as we call it.
So I'm sorry.
Prioritize.
Can-
Rob and
can
Peter
you-
to pay
Can
Paul.
you repeat one more time
Yes, ma'am.
the line 8 from 16.2 to 14 even?
14,000, yes,
So that's 2,200.
yes, ma'am. And then on line 15, from 3,200 to 1,000, a reduction of 2,200,
Okay.
for an overall reduction of $4,400 in materials and services. That's the motion.
I second it.
Any further discussion? Call for the question.
Aye.
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 Mr. Chair, you have HR Director Swift. Did you need to ask questions of her?
I'm sorry?
She may have the payroll that we were requesting from the other item.
Oh, back into non-departmental.
Yes.
Let's flip back over to non-departmental, please.
Page 16.
So Julie, just so that you have reference, the question I was asking is, we have in our non-departmental line, it's horrible getting old. Can't see the way I used
21
to
and
see.
22.
So on line 21, there was a $750,000 working capital reserve, and on line 22, a non-spendable of $80,000. And my question was, can we reduce that down to 500? There was discussion about, well, that's our backup in case we don't get our monies in during the first couple months of operation, help support payroll. So the question is, what is our monthly payroll cost?
For April, it was just under 728,000. And that's wages and benefits.
1 month. Okay. So we need it.
Okay?
Okay.
Well, that would cover you for 1 month at $750. Making a point,
Right.
which is 500 or 750 really doesn't matter at that point. Because what are you going to do the next month? You're going to have to look at another way of recouping those dollars. Any other questions from Julie Swift?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we want to continue our discussion on the non-departmental?
Might as well get it over with.
Yes, sir.
What page?
We're back at 15, 16.
Okay, so I have something for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Our financial policies manual says to meet seasonal cash flow shortfalls and maintain the county's credit rating, the budget shall provide for an anticipated undesignated fund balance between 9% and 14%. So 9% is the lowest you can have contingencies for. This was This was adopted in February 2002.
And that would be
That was our-
9% of what number?
Total budget? Total budget.
Okay.
So I'm going to look over here, the total budget as it stands on the original proposed without the adding, because we added about $900,000 to that. As it stands, 10% is that you would have to have a contingency of $969,840, and that's at the lowest 9%. If you take 200,000 off of that one, and I'm adding all four whatever pieces that is basically the general fund contingencies. Right now, it stands at $1,075,000, and if you take 200 off that, it'd be $875,000, which is below the required 9%.
So our total again is 1 million.
$1,075,000, and right, that's what we have right now, and we're required to have at least 969,840.
115.
Close.
But if I add the $100,000 to what you've just added in the past few days, if I add all that in, I mean, it hasn't been voted on, but if we do add all that in, that's another, then we're really, really close to where we're sitting right now without taking anything out of that contingency.
So would it be prudent for us to maybe save non-departmental for last, just to see where we're at?
I think we should, and then where I think that might be one of your last adjustments. So if you do want to reduce one of these, we could reduce it down to the 9%.
And I think I agree with you, that's a good way to do it. Let's process it that way.
Okay.
I mean, we all have to agree, everyone's not going to leave here with a great deal. I mean, a good negotiation and a budget is everybody gives up something, so.
I was just kind of scared about my minimum required
I understand.
area. Well, that's good you looked it up. I appreciate that.
Pick up the pace a little bit.
I think these are good discussions to have, which is the whole point of having a budget committee. So let's move on to county clerk election. Actually, we did that.
Yeah, and we
I
triggered.
don't think we resolved
Sorry, I
it
just
yet.
didn't check it off. So did we vote on that one?
No.
Okay. So back to county clerk elections.
We voted.
I thought we voted.
Oh, yeah, we did.
Yeah,
I'm
we
sorry.
voted to
sorry, we did.
reduce that, and so.
Thank you.
No, I guess we're done.
Don't want to miss anything. Okay, so next is going to be the county treasurer. And that is on page 2122. I didn't see anything in there that, overall, there's about a $4,000 increase to the contribution from the general fund, but she's not asking for any additional funds anywhere. It's pretty much do the same thing as I did last year, with the exception of the increase in personnel costs. So I would make a motion that we approve the treasurer's budget as written.
Second.
I have an adjustment to that.
Oh, the $700, or no?
No, it's moving the salary regular to salary irregular.
Okay.
Oh, that's right, I had that circled, you're right.
Perfect. So,
As amended.
amending my motion to include that the salary regular listed on line 7 will be restated to say salary irregular.
I'll
that was
second
my second. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next is the tax collection department, and that's on page 25, page 26. And looking at those, I saw a $5,700 increase overall in our revenues, $30,600 increase in our personnel costs, for a net increase of almost $25,000 in cost at that line point. Really, the only question I had on there was the repair and maintenance of software, but he answered that question when he said that the annual cost for maintaining that program was going to be $97,000. So I think he's budgeting for that software out of 2 budgets. Does that sound right?
Yes, it's split between, this is assessor and the other, or is this one tax? Okay, this one's tax and the other one's assessor. So it's split between the 2 budgets.
So we
It's
had
the same software for
48.5 and 24.5, which is a total of $73,000. That makes us $27,000 light for the $97,000 annual maintenance cost. Is that correct?
That would be correct if the annual maintenance costs started that first year, but he said that it didn't start until the 21-22 budget.
Perfect. Okay.
Is that counting the CAFA?
CAFA would be 18%, but like she said, we won't have a maintenance cost until 2021, so it's not it's a moot issue for this budget.
Okay, thank you.
So then the only other thing that I have to add in is, he needs to get that software program. I don't know another way to say it. I'm just going to, if we don't get the information converted from the old system to the new system and transfer into a reliable system, and that system goes down, this creates enormous liability for the county in that the taxes will not be able to be collected. It is likely that the taxing districts would take legal action against the county and probably prevail on that matter.
Money well spent.
I think the single most important thing we need to do is get that new software system going. So how do we plug in that 170,000? And I think that Louise already did that.
If you move to approve the change that the budget committee has handed out for the May 14th change, then you have that spreadsheet that shows the line items that changed, and I could go off of that for putting it in.
So I would like to make a motion that we approve the elections, excuse me, give me a second.
Assessor.
Tax collection. Well, let's do this. Let's get through the assessor's office first, and can we just do it as a whole, or do they need to be done
You could do both of
separately?
them, just say tax collection and assessor's office as.
Yeah, and that way we can be done with this part of it before we go to lunch. And so then we have county assessor's office, which is on page 27 and 28. Really a de minimis reduction in revenue, really doesn't matter. The bigger, higher cost there is this $98,000 increase in personnel costs. And did that include those two positions he was talking about, what the potential?
Yes. If you see up above on line 4, the reason you don't see much of a change is because he did budget for the pilot program last year, although it didn't get approved because it was an emergency application for it, and it didn't get through the emergency application committee. So he's put it there basically back in again. So the increase in payroll costs is actually due to the revenue there in line 4, plus the regular payroll changes that were done.
I would like to make a motion that we approve the tax collection and assessment county assessor's office budgets as, and including our recent changes that we provided to Louise. I think that's a good, clear motion.
It is. I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. So we also have GIS here, and so let's just get that done, because it's real quick. And that's on page 30. And the only thing there that I had a question about is on line 11, there was no non-cap furniture equipment, and now there's a $10,000 request. And my recommendation was to lower that to $2,000 with an $8,000 reduction.
So I can comment on that. So currently, we don't have a plotter that works in the county. So when Jeremy, who's out doing the emergency operations, and he needs to print out a big map, he cannot print out a map. So this is to buy a plotter for the county.
Does the sheriff's office have a printer that's capable of doing that?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
Yeah, we do have a plotter, but it doesn't get used enough very often, and so we're.
You need to talk into the mic. Sorry.
We do have a plotter, and we use it mostly for search and rescue and emergency service type things. When we have a search and we need big maps, we post them up, so you got a couple hundred searchers are looking at the maps and things, we're posting them. But the problem is we don't use it very often, and the inks and stuff, they get old, and so we can't keep them on, in store because they go bad too. So now what we're trying to do is print a map or something once a month just to keep the ink flowing and the print heads working.
Is this a resource that you could share, so we don't have to
If
spend the
somebody
money
needs
this year
something,
to buy a new one?
Yeah, if somebody needs something, we'll do it what we can, so.
Do you know, too, Sheriff, is yours compatible in the field? So somebody sitting at a computer can hit and it's going to print out a map?
No.
Yeah.
No, it's hooked to the network. And it's too big to haul out in a field.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I'm just going to sort of go back to that first point I made this year, which is we're making an investment this year in our personnel. We can't do everything in 1 year. If we have equipment in the county that can be used by another department, I get it. It's not highest and best use, but at the same time, it's not an expense we're dealing with this year. And I think that $8,000 is pretty significant. If the whole $10,000 was just to buy that unit, then I would recommend that we just remove the $10,000 cost. And for the 1 year period, we work with the GIS and working with the sheriff's office to print out those items. That would be my motion. Yes, Louise.
I think the assessor has a comment sitting behind you.
Really trying to prevent that because it really comes up to work, but yes.
Well, I know, and I don't know where you were headed with that, Julie, but there are actually two other plotters in addition to the sheriff's plotter. We have one in the assessor's office, although it's a dinosaur. It's 12, 13 years old. But I believe there's also another plotter in the surveyor's office.
Oh.
And, I think any of the departments would be happy to assist emergency services with anything that we could. But Julie, if you still want to explore that, if you want to talk with us between now and next budget session, be happy to work with you on that.
Sure.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
So will that line item go to zero then, correct?
Affirmative.
Yep.
Part of that was to also, I'm sorry, the training and education would be so he could learn GIS services too, so, never mind. I just wanted to make sure we didn't cut that part out.
So this would mean that rather than a contribution from the general fund of $10,407, that would merely be a general fund contribution of $407. Thus is my motion.
I'll second it.
Yes.
Any further discussion? It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We must now break for lunch, and let's come back at 1:15. Does that work for everybody? Thank you.
Good job, all.
1:15. It's 1:15 on Thursday, May 16th, and the Curry County Budget Committee is back in session. Let's see. The last item we went through was GIS operations. And that was under county assessor and tax collector. So the next item on the list is the district attorney. That can be found on page 31. The actual money part starts on 32, runs into 33.
We did do the vote for the GIS.
I believe so.
Okay, I couldn't remember.
Next two of us.
So on the DA's budget, I saw an increase of $7,000 in revenue, an overall increase in personnel expense of $26,000. That didn't really see any major increases on materials or supplies. I think he just carried most of that back over. And so I move that we approve the district attorney's budget as prepared.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
There is
Sorry.
one slight decrease in his budget, and that is the, oh gosh, where is it? The transfers to, yes, transfers to the DSAR grant and transfers to the CAMI grant, and we no longer, because CAMI grants, and that program's ending, doesn't have that transfer, so I'm looking to see where it is.
Is that on one of his other budget?
So,
Well, we can vote.
yeah. I mean, that was the only difference, is that,
Actually, the DSART is on line number 21 on page 32.
yep. Okay, yeah. So if you look on line 20, the $8,000, child advocacy is zero, but the DSART, what we discussed, because of increasing payroll costs, the DSART grant only pays for the original one, so that's why that one increased, and that's why line 20 is decreased.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. We'll move on to the next item. This is the county clerk recording, beginning on page 34. We don't really see the data sets until page 35. And this is where I believe I am, a little problem here, one second. Tab up.
There's really not much change.
It's on page 36.
There you go.
So I saw an $18,800 decrease overall in revenue and an increase in $23,000, we'll call it $24,000 in personnel expense. Thanks, Brad. I don't see anything unreasonable in the materials and supplies. And so I would make a motion to adopt the county clerk recording department as prepared.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Next, we have community development and planning. This is on page 38. And so, Julie, this was the budget that you presented, correct?
One of them, yes.
And so, overall, there's a $153,000 increase from the general fund for this particular department. The previous year was at $77,000 from the GF. It seems like a big number, but based on the presentation that Julie provided, I anticipate that we'll see some of these revenues pick back up as more services are provided.
Especially when we have someone down there now that goes in the drawers and gets the applications and checks out and actually follows through and deposits them.
And they're answering the phone, and returning phone calls.
There you go.
So, that was in Julie's little handout.
We've just been able to attract some very qualified people. Grateful for that.
The only question I had on that one was the scanning costs at $35,000. I recall Julie talking to us about how, that information needed to be scanned in. My question was, is it really going to be $35,000? Is that too much? Is that too little? Is that the right amount?
I think Ms. Schmelzer had it done. They did it in Josephine County.
Yeah, we did it in Josephine County, and this was, so I figured about half because we're a much smaller county. So I figured it was would be about $35,000.
Okay, that was the only question I really had. I would make a motion to approve the community development planning department budget as prepared.
I'll second that.
There's been a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I have one question, Ms. Schmelzer. Non-capital equipment is 2,000. What was that earmarked for, do you know?
Captain, what line are you on?
On page 39. 14. Line 14. There was none previous the last 3 years, and now we've got a $2,000 non-capital equipment in the budget.
I do not know, do you remember, Louise?
Let me look and see if there's a note on the worksheet.
The
Can't
planning
remember,
director.
We'll have to take it off.
The planning director actually prepared the budget. I'm thinking it might be for a desk.
Not these days.
Oh, isn't it? I
You
guess
can get a
it's been
press
long
board
time.
desk for about $400, and you're going to get exactly what you paid for. It's going to flop over in 6 months. If you're going to get a decent HON desk, HON, then you're going to be paying about $800 to $1,200 for just a regular size desk.
I mean, the difference in this budget is, proposal as opposed to the one that you spoke about earlier. There's not a lot of lines here that you can move things around on, so if they were planning for a new desk or something, I don't see a lot of other places you could take it from.
It says, new planner, computer, and replacement, printer.
Okay.
Satisfied.
Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. That's community development and planning. Next we're on, I love these when they go this smooth. Next we're on to the county surveyor. Saw a $20,000 increase in our personnel costs, and I saw the motor pool listed on there for $2,000, but given that there's going to be some traveling, I didn't see that as out of line, so I didn't think anything stood out to me, so I would make a motion to approve the county surveyor department as prepared.
I'll second that.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Drum roll, please. County Sheriff. Oh, they're here. All right, starting on page 45. So I marked down a few changes that are recommendations, and so I will make the following motion. Give me a moment to run through the numbers, and then we'll get to that process. So on page 45, line item 25, they had a $7,000 request in. I'm recommending we drop that to $6,000 for a $1,000 reduction. On page 46, line item 16, supplies, non-capital equipment was 12.5 last year. They asked for 15,000 this year. I'm recommending we keep it at 12.5. 16. On line number 17, supplies, non-capital law equipment. Last year was 22,000. This year is 27.5. I'm recommending we keep it at last year's number of 22,000. And that is it for the
What about
civil criminal.
What about line 18? That went up $5,000. Other materials and services.
So there were some lines that I left intact because I wanted the sheriff's department to have the ability to use the category.
A little bit of leeway.
Correct, because
Okay.
I'm recognizing that we're asking for a total of $9,000 in reductions in the civil criminal in materials and services. But again, it's that whole complex issue of this year we're paying for employees, we can't pay for all the materials and services as well, but leave them enough money that I think is adequate to cover the cost of supplying new officers, et cetera.
I'm looking at Captain. I know that they put in budgets because they're hiring new officers, so they need to do the equipment and for them, and that's why I think those increases are so.
So hold on a second, Captain. I just want to make sure we process it to
Right.
the committee first, and then
Okay.
we'll ask if you're going to come up and do a response.
Yes, I will.
I mean, the only questions I have on this are, I mean, some of these things are going to be fluid because we don't have those deputies yet, so we've already budgeted in some things. So I think you're already going to get some leeway on a lot of this, if I'm not mistaken. So, this isn't a hardline budget number because like you say, you're going to be hiring deputies that aren't hired yet. So those numbers could drop. Hopefully they would drop like you were careful this year and you didn't use as much of the road fund as you were budgeted to use.
Right, and just so you're aware, we're careful with our budget every year.
So,
That's what I had.
okay, anything else from committee members?
I'd like to take just a few minutes of your time right now and just share with you a professional experience I had that relates to really elected officials and law enforcement budgets. The incident I'm going to refer to is an incident that happened February 25th, 2010 in Fresno. It was an incident where the Sheriff's Department served the warrant. No big deal. It's just kind of a standard case like any other. And during the service of the warrant, the subject was not compliant and shots were fired. And Deputy Joel Wiedemeyer was killed. And he was shot in the doorway of this search warrant service. And I responded to that. Yeah, there was a sustained gunfight with the suspect for a long period of time, and other officers were wounded during this exchange. And about 45 minutes into the incident, a small police department, Reedley Police Department nearby, they only had about 10 or 12 officers on their agency. They sent an officer, Javier Bayar. He responded, and shortly after he arrived, he was also struck with gunfire and killed. Very near where I was at. I share this tragedy with you because that wasn't the first one I got. It wouldn't be the last one I got. But what happened afterwards is what I want to really make a point of emphasis on. And it's what happens all the time. Our elected officials and our department heads and police chiefs and our sheriffs, they're outraged. And they get together and they have a debriefing. And some of us involved in the incident were part of the debriefing. And they sit and they look at their numbers and they sit and they look at their budget. And they say, oh my God, how did this happen? And literally within a few weeks, officers had ballistic helmets, ballistic shields, more magazines, more ammunition. We were going to trainings we had never gone to before, but we had asked to go to. They changed policy, they changed procedures, and everything changed after that incident. It was reactive to it. As we look at the Sheriff's Department budget, I've talked with the sheriff, I've gone on ride-alongs, I've actually gone out and interviewed drug users in our community to get their input on the sheriff's office.
Here locally.
Here locally, thank you. And this is an agency that is struggling right now to be safe. Not because of any incompetence, but because of budget issues. And there are standards in the industry that are being violated. Again, not because of any incompetence, but because they can't do it with what they have. When I say violations of the industry, what I mean is you should never go in a room and clear a room by yourself. They have to do that. When you contact somebody, there should be a cover element present when you do that. They can't do that. When you respond to a critical incident, you should be calling your units and staging ahead of the incident so you go in together. Oftentimes they're by themselves. And where I came from, officers would be disciplined for some of those things. And here, our deputy sheriffs are so willing to meet the needs of the community that they're doing this. And I realize we're going kind of line by line, and we're trying to cut as much out of these budgets as we can. And I know, we don't cut the sheriff's department's budget, we cut everybody else's budget and lose the perception. But here's the reality. What's the deputy's life worth? And we need to do everything that we possibly can to make sure that they have every tool and resource they need. We have an obligation to make sure they have the training, the equipment, and the staffing levels to be safe. Otherwise, we're going to lose one. That's my professional opinion.
Thanks, Brad.
Thank you.
So just another quick cap on this. The personnel costs are up 19.3%. And the recommendations that I provided in my motion are a 1.4% decrease in materials and services. Pretty nominal.
Ken, can I get the number again? It's the
Sorry.
1,000.
Which one?
From the front line 25 on page 45. It's a reduction of 1,000.
Correct.
Line 16 reduced back to 12.5. On 46.
Yes, reduced back to 12.5.
And line 17 reduced to 22.
Correct.
And I think that Commissioner Gold said line 18 back to 10. Is that part of the suggestion or not?
No, my response to that was I purposely left a lot of other line items intact because it's not the line item, it's the category. That gives the sheriff's office the opportunity to use all the money in the category as they see fit. Really doesn't matter what a single line says.
Okay.
What matters is the end category. So their spending power would reduce from 640,000 down to 631,000, essentially.
Mr.
Sir.
Okay, I think that took courage right there. I appreciate that. Quickly, our number one job is public safety. You look around the country right now.
Your microphone.
Excuse me. You look around the country right now, there's a real shortage of recruitable officers at all levels for law enforcement. And as our number one job is public safety, and I've communicated this publicly before, that is a huge concern that I think we share. At the overall point of the budget here, with the trouble of raising those revenues that you wisely referenced Tuesday, I think, and I've also said in the past, we can't run the county on property taxes alone. And we have a little bit of government money coming in. We don't know how long that's going to be reliable. To set our law enforcement up for the best possible capacity to recruit and compete, well, I agree with you that it's a 1 to 2%. It is a wise move, but where does it leave us in that ability to compete with other law enforcement agencies? You heard me say earlier today, 5% across the board. I didn't get much movement on that, but I was reflective of what your concerns are and how we make this happen. So I have 18 months to go. I'm going to be pushing real hard for additional revenue. And we lost a lot of money the last 2 years, 400,000 or 500,000. So we've got to try and make that up every way we possibly can.
If I could respond.
And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Not really an argument, and I've always been a supporter of law enforcement and will be
I know you
the day
have.
that I'm gone, so it's certainly
Yes.
not that angle. But I think we speak volumes. At 19.8% increase in personnel costs speaks volumes about what this committee is saying about law enforcement. We want to give them enough proceeds to be able to, or enough revenue, really, to hire the right people and sustain that employment. But we can't do everything in 1 year. We have to be cognizant of, if we're going to invest in our employees this year, and 19.8, that's a big increase. We've got to take a look at the other stuff. If we can try to keep our materials and supplies in line, and there's a slight increase in some of these columns. Overall, it's a decrease, but I think it's fair. I think it's equitable. I don't want any officer to be unsafe. But we got to do this in stages. I don't think that we can just, there's a lot of money on the table. Last time we talked about this, we were up to a $1.2 million road fund contribution, not what was in here earlier. And we still don't know what that end number is going to be. And so, yes, I'm doing my job and attempting to be conservative. However, I'm just one vote. There are 6 members on the committee, and I'm willing to accept whatever the committee decides to do.
And to comment on this, first of all, I absolutely appreciate everything that Ken's doing, because I'm learning a ton from it, and he's obviously very, very knowledgeable about this budget and what we're doing, and I appreciate that. The sheriff's not going to be able to hire the people and implement some of the things that are in the budget immediately. It's going to take a period of time. And perhaps that 1% or whatever it is going to be absorbed over that period of time. And my position is, if we're going to have a sheriff's office, we have a short-term problem, and we have a long-term problem. The long-term problem is that's a different discussion, I think. As you brought up, we need to create some additional revenue for the county. But the short-term problem is what's going to happen this coming year with our sheriff's deputies. And if we're going to have a sheriff's department, they need to be adequately trained, adequately equipped, and adequately staffed to be safe. And it's my opinion that this budget is bare bones.
I have just one quick question. On our current budget cycle that we're on now, Sheriff's Department was budgeted $481,260, and that was for patrol. How much of that did we have we used?
I can only do an estimate of that.
Roughly, exactly.
And I think Sheriff and I talked about it. By the end of the year, we'll probably be using somewhere in between $250,000 and $300,000 of that.
So right there's $180,000 to $200,000 that he could have used that he didn't. I mean, that's what we were just,
And that's
I think
because
we're
of
talking about is the floating of this. We're looking at, what, $7,000 coming out of the budget?
9,000.
9,000?
1.4% increase.
So I can support
My
that.
comment.
Yeah.
I can support that, for now.
I have a comment, but my battery's dead, so.
You guys are talking too much.
More batteries now.
Oh, sorry.
Trying to cut me off.
Are there any left?
No.
We need more batteries.
While he's doing that, speaking of safety, the end of this table is not locked up, and it's not.
If you look under the latches, right in the middle of it, it didn't come together.
I'm just thankful that Brad's sitting next to me because he's got really long legs.
You'll fall on his
He's got
kneecap.
like only a half inch under the table, so
You'll be okay.
I'm good.
Maybe it won't lock.
Somebody put a pipe clamp on it.
No, we're not budgeting for a new table.
Well, they should have put duct
I'll
tape
be
on
all
there.
right.
Okay, so it's okay, I see.
I'm gonna be
Put
okay.
some kind of clamp to hold it. Okay. It was making me nervous.
My questions are probably just more clarification. So you were saying we went from 15 to 12.5, 15 to 12.5, 27 to 22, but you're leaving the others in place at 15. And are they able, if they run over on the other two, are they able to use any of that 15?
Yes.
Yeah, the line items don't matter. The only thing they have to do is not overspend the 640,322, which if the $9,000 would take into account, that would be 631,322. They can't overspend that amount. Line items really don't matter.
See, I'm ex-law enforcement, everybody knows, and I'm probably as pro-law enforcement as anybody. And I don't think what he's proposing is unrealistic from hearing that we haven't filled some positions yet and haven't used some. But if he runs over on the other two, he still has that 15,000 to rely on. And I agree with Ken, we're trying to get personnel back up to speed in all departments. So I would support Ken in this.
Okay, we have a motion. So there was a motion, there was a second. Was there a second?
I second. Will second, excuse
Thank
me,
you.
Mr. Chair.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So
Motion carries.
we don't get to defend our budget and our numbers there at all.
So if we did that for every department captain, we would be here until the end of May.
But I thought that's the whole point of, well, okay. I want to point one thing out, though. You used the number that we have $640,000 in materials and services. And if technically, I guess you're correct, except for from line 20, we have no control over it. That money automatically comes out of our budget. When you go up, property insurance, $50,000, general liability insurance, property insurance, the vehicle insurances, we have no control over those.
Yes.
So when you take all of those numbers out of our budget, we don't have $640,000. And I guess if given the opportunity, what I would have told you is, right, I've only been with this sheriff's office for 4.5 years. I've only been in the position of captain for 4 years, for less than a year. But the thing is, $9,000 doesn't sound like a lot out of this particular budget. But when I have an armory that has 2,500 practice rounds, and our deputy sheriffs qualify once a year instead of the industry standard is 4, and I come from a place where you qualify every quarter, and you're required to qualify every quarter with your firearm. When we add stuff into our budget to try and, over the years, this budget has been cut so drastically that not only did we not have the personnel, which yes, that's being worked on, but when you have personnel and you can't do the training, you can't supply them, and you can't train them, and you can't have them do the things that they do, because everything's been cut so far. $9,000, you can only cut so many pencils and pens, and then you start cutting people. We all get that. But like I said, there's a good portion of that budget that we do not have control out of that $640,000. That it's not available for us to adjust. If we overspend in one line item, we can take it out of those. Because if we start taking the $40,000 and the $67,000 out of occupancy, and if we start running into that, they're going to take it anyways. All right, so we can't use that money to adjust the rest of it. I guess that's what I want to tell you.
And I appreciate your passion, Captain. And I've always been a law enforcement supporter, as I said earlier, and I will do that for the remainder of my life. We're making investments the best that we can do. If you don't have the money, you don't have the money. We just can't keep emptying out the road funds. That's not the answer here. We're building up over time. This is probably the biggest movement towards funding the sheriff's office in quite some time, and we should do this over a period of years, not all at once. If you grow too fast, that has its own consequences attached to it. Great, we got 4 new positions, but the backside of that is you got 4 new people to train, and 4 new trainees is, that's a little tough to manage those, and they're not all going to come on July 1. That's going to get spread out over time. The tough part is making a budget that will work for everybody and recognize where our biggest drops are. And our biggest drops in the county, in my opinion, have been personnel. We have not taken care of our people. This is the right direction. We're taking care of our people. But we can't do increase everywhere. And we're not just looking at the sheriff's department. Every department. I've spent 7 hours last night. I did not go to bed till 2 a.m. going through this, checking, double checking, triple checking. So I appreciate your passion. I truly, truly do. And if the county had the money, I'd be the first one saying, give the sheriff's office more money.
So the only comment I want to make is, I don't really have the issue about the cuts, just we need to be able to make our own cuts where we feel they need to be met. So if you give us a bottom line of how much needs to be cut out of our budget, we'll cut those out of certain lines, not out of the lines that you feel that may need to be cut, when we know why we put money in those budgets. So if you say, hey, we cut $9,000, we'll find a place to cut that. So I'm just saying, but it won't be out of the lines that you say, hey, you're going to take $1,000 out of that line, you're going to take $12,000 out of that line, or whatever.
And thank you, Sheriff.
And I appreciate everything you've done, and I agree with you. I can't be more happier with, the sport we have this year, and it's monumental. So if you say we need to take $9,000 out, we'll figure out where to cut it. Thank you.
Do you have any suggestions where we could cut now, other than what we took out?
Well, I haven't really seen, basically, I've just heard some of the lines. We just have to go back and look at it, and we'll figure it out.
I don't want to cut any more. That 9 is...
No, I'm saying if there's other lines that he feels that they could cut, then put this other back in. We're not too late, or we do another motion to put it back in. We are?
Well, no, again, our process here, and we do have Commissioner Gold and Commissioner Pash that have feedback as well, but our goal here was, when we started this, we wanted to hear what all the departments had to say, the whole county. And so we did that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And now we're in the, process of going through these and deciding or recommending what should happen and what should not happen. And we're not done yet. There's a long ways to go. We are on tab number 9. We got 31 tabs. At the end of the process, we still got to finalize final numbers tomorrow. If in fact we find that there's more money on the table than we thought there was going to be, we'll probably revisit some of this, which is why I'm really recommending we don't get hyped up about this today.
Well, I'm not getting
Let us
hyped up.
get through a process, see numbers, and then tomorrow, before we take a final, if we can make some last-minute adjustments, then that's the time to do that.
And I understand where you're coming from on, because our budget is adopted by category. You have your, materials and services, and you have your personnel costs. And you don't mix those, and it's bottom line on each end. So if I overspend in line 12, then I can make up for it by spending less in 19. I totally get that. So I'm okay. I just wanted you guys to understand that over the year, this budget has been pared down to, that's why stuff's added back in. That's why stuff was added, to take care of the things that we need to take care of. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Commissioner Pash had his hand up first, and then Commissioner...
Well, my comment was this, if we end up coming up short in here, I'm sure that the Sheriff's Department understands that they can come to this commission if it's viable to the protection of the citizens of this county, and we do a supplemental budget. If there's an issue there, I would hope that the Sheriff's Department knows that our door is open. So, anyway, that was my comment.
Thank you, sir.
The captain showed a total understanding of what I was going to clarify, so I'm done.
Thank you.
About the category versus the line items.
Okay. So, did we have a motion? I did a motion.
We've already voted.
Already voted. That's right.
Okay, but to vote to actually approve the whole department, it would be with the May 13th changes, the elected changes this morning, and this current adjustment.
And so I need just a second here, because we have Sheriff Civil Criminal Patrol, and then Search and Rescue is moved.
Is that the jail?
Marine was moved. Forest Patrol was moved. So we have the Harbor Substation. And I'm just going in order. I think that's just the easiest way to do it. And so this is on page 50. This is the Harbor Substation Department. And there was a zero down for copying and printing, and there was $1,750 put in, and I put $750 as a recommendation, and I left everything else intact. And so I'll put that in form of a motion. I would make a motion that we modify the copying and printing from $1,750 to $750. And again, because there was no prior year cost on those.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
No on that one. Only opposed.
Then we have the jail.
5-1.
And on the jail, we had a $133,000 increase in revenues, which is good. That's a good number. Increase in personnel costs, obviously. That's a little right around 300,000. And when I was looking at professional services, I'd made some notes on general and professional services general on 32 and 33, but I think we should leave those numbers intact because there's no telling how that's going to shake out on medical care. I need a piece of paper again, sorry. On line number 12, which is janitorial, it was 7,000 and they wanted to go to 8, and I'd like to keep that at 7. And on supplies and medical, they were at 25,000. Do we have the current budget up to see the year-to-date usage on line item number 13, page 52?
That's a hard one.
What number, what?
I'm sorry,
Medical.
page 52, line item 13.
Medical, and if I could comment on this, medical over there is something that we got to deal with at a state level. As you-
Yes, sir.
as you know, because it's a mess. Get a $300 bill one month and a $3,000 bill the next week.
It's beyond disheartening.
So 605, looks like you guys are currently at 21,000, $25,000 budget, and a balance available of $3,995.47. And that's through the end of April. So we still have May, June left, and we get to that line again, 605. Looks like your
So
usage is about
the April was
1,100 a month.
1,100.
So that'd be another 2,400. So I think the 25,000 is good. I think they're going to probably end the year there unless there's some surprise thing. They're only asking for $3,000 and I'm only asking to remove the $3,000. And then I'll go to the next line item. On the 16, supplies, non-capital equipment. So that's 610. Where's that? So where's our year-to-date usage on
Of which one?
that?
Is it
Line
non-
16,
Line 16.
account number 610.
9,500 on there, yeah.
So 610.
Or over
So we're
budget.
633 overspent, and there's still 2 months left, so we're good there. That's fine. And then the next line item down is 17, which is 610-10. 16-10, budget of 5,000, 1810 spent, balance available of 3189.
And I'd like to make a quick comment. I know that a lot of times the sheriff looks at this at the end of the year, inventories and supplies at the end of the year. So he kind of makes sure that he has the money to do this before he spends it. He just makes sure that he doesn't have over on the medicals and stuff like that before he actually spends it. So basically annually does this at the end of the year. So it's probably why there's the spending looks like that right now.
Okay.
Especially on this one, excuse me, on this budget, we've got some overages on the medical side, on the hospital side, and we have cut all spending and only what is absolutely necessary. We are trying to come in at our bottom line number.
Okay.
That's kind of what I was saying.
Yeah, so I just wanted to
And then line number 20, which is 659. So that was a $1,000 budget. There's $554 left in there, and this year it's an increase from $1,000 to $2,500.
And it's the same reason.
What's that?
It's the same reason the underspending is because of trying to take care of the overspending of things they can't control, like the medicine and the doctors and things like that.
So let me go back and take a look at my numbers here. So we're leaving those alone. So I'd like to make the following motion. This is the general fund, sheriff, jail department. So the motion I'm making is that we reduce line 12, which is supplies janitorial, from $8,000 to $7,000, matching last year. Drop line 13, which is supplies medical, from $28,000 to $25,000. And supplies non-capital law equipment from $8,500 to $6,000, not down to last year's. There's still more in there, just not the same amount. And I'll scratch that one. So that is a difference of $1,000, $4,000, and $2,500, $6,500.
So can you tell me the line items again? Janitorial,
Yes, give me a second, please.
12 is janitorial from 8 to 7.
Yes, sir.
13 was medical from 28 to 25.
Yes, sir.
And number 17, non-capital law equipment from 8,500 to 6.
Yes, sir. And that's it for a total of $6,500, which is a 1.17 reduction. And again, I purposely, I had a lot more marked on here, by the way, if anybody wants to look at my sheet. But I scratched those off. So again, this gives the sheriff's office that flexibility to move along in those cost areas. And again, I do understand we have those fixed costs for liability insurance and the administrative fees. So that is my motion.
I'm going to second that for discussion, and the discussion part I have is the medical costs. Those are so hard to predict, and that's the hard part about this budget to me.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm just concerned the message it sends to the sheriff's department, throughout the state, to the citizens. People won't understand a 1%. They'll just hear cuts on law enforcement, and I'm not being unfair to you. I love the direction you're going and the wisdom you have here. If it wasn't for the unknown, I would be in favor. Otherwise, I'm opposed, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard.
Aren't you leaving the door open, though, to come back? Commissioner Pash said we could do a supplemental. If we run into a problem, obviously, we're going to be back anyway.
Yes.
So I'm not sure if I was on the other side that I would be concerned about a 1% as a citizen if I knew, and of course we only know here that the door's open to come back. So, but I also agree that we're trying to right this ship in 1 year with their employees and stuff, and we can't fix it all at once. And from my past experiences, that the sheriff's getting a pretty good budget out of this committee. And sure, we'd like to give him more, but also the door's open to come back. So I'm kind of on the fence on this one as far as voting, but I think we have to consider that the medical is the gorilla in the closet. There's no doubt about it. But and if he doesn't have a problem coming back, if he needs it, I'm not so sure that this is a bad message when we're trying to do an overall, other than if she come out and just said, oh, what I've seen somebody just said, we're going to cut 5% off everybody. And I think this is a pretty good process. That's my opinion.
And I think I made my position very clear. I don't think we should cut anything. I think it's about as bare bones as you can get. But the contingency on that is, it's a 1% cut. And if the door is open for the sheriff to come back, if those items are a necessity, then as long as that door is open and we agree to that, then 1% is understandable.
Mr. Chair, I'll have a better feel too after we get through the rest of these to see if we're going to
I agree, and
tackle.
that's,
Because so far we haven't.
I think
And
that's the important
Thank you.
part, is we
Okay.
really need to get through all of these, because if there is more money available on the table, we can shift some of those funds back to the sheriff's department tomorrow.
Couldn't have said it better.
That's, but I want to reference some other things real quick before we finalize this, and that is, on this particular one, so on the jail, there's a 20% overall increase in personnel expense, and asking for I didn't write it down, a 1.1, I think, reduction, 1.1% reduction.
And that's in materials and services.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, but the personnel, with the understanding that there's a minimum staffing of 2 deputies at night. There's 2 deputies working at jail at night. In a jail facility that is aging and is in distress, and if one of those criminals takes advantage of a flaw in the facility and attacks a deputy, there's 2 of them working. They're going to call for help at 4 in the morning. Problem is going to be, there's nobody working at 4 in the morning. So they got to call guys at home to come out from their house to go to the jail to help the 2 deputies that are in distress. And that is, in today's law enforcement, that's crazy. And it's dangerous. And that's why I'm just, I appreciate the process, and I appreciate the method in which this is taking place, and I know that, and I know that everybody, that's a concern of everybody's, but they're behind and they're catching up, and that process needs to be faster, in my opinion. I think they're so far behind.
Well, the good news is we have 4 years, and this is just year 1. Commissioner Boyce.
No, that's all. I'm sorry. I was just agreeing with your, thank you.
So I'm going to restate my motion because it's been a few minutes. So we are on the sheriff jail department budget, and I move that we modify line item number 12 from 8,000 down to 7,000, which is a $1,000 reduction. That we modify line 13, supply medical, from 28,000 down to 25,000, and that we reduce line item 17, which is 8,500, down to 6,000, for a total reduction of $6,500, 1.17%.
And I already seconded that.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Yes, with the door being open to come back if needed.
I oppose, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Pash?
I said yes.
Okay. Yes, sir. That is the, catch up here for a minute. That's the jail. We have Sheriff Communications, which is on page 53. And the only item I had marked on here was on page 54. Line item 8, supplies non-cap furniture, was at 3,000. They proposed 5,000. I'm recommending 3,000 for a $2,000 reduction. That's it on that budget.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion?
What's that for? Specific intent, or is overall?
It says furniture, I'm sorry,
Non-cap,
non-cap furniture and equipment.
So,
chairs.
Chairs.
tables.
I mean, are the chairs adequate for the, I assume this for the
It
dispatch?
could be equipment or furniture, so it could be computers, I don't know. With that.
And I don't know, last time you guys went into the dispatch center, but, you know, sometimes there's only one dispatcher working that's taking 911 calls, dispatching officers, monitoring the activity in the jail, et cetera. Sometimes if she's got to go to the bathroom, she can't even go.
I will say I was in there a month or so ago, and this is one that I would, after seeing the condition of some of the things in there, this is one I'd recommend leaving the extra 2,000 in on. There are some upgrades that are needed in there, and I would prefer we be proactive for this one.
That's my feelings.
And I just have one comment. Possibly there could be some furniture or something here in the county that's not being used that we could use over there.
It's not necessarily furniture.
Oh,
It could be computers or printers or whatever
okay,
that
well,
is needed in that department. I
thought
can't, we
that's
can't
what you-
identify exactly what it is. It's not necessarily chairs.
or even computers. We're going to be getting new ones here pretty soon.
You will, and they're completely usable. They've got probably a 3-year life left on
Is,
them.
is that the only thing you had out of that one?
That is the only thing that I earmarked out of that one, so
Can I make a motion to leave that alone then?
you certainly
That
could.
5,000.
I can withdraw my motion.
I'll second that.
You got to state what it is, though.
So we don't need a motion.
To leave it alone.
To leave it
Basically,
alone.
budget,
We don't need
budget
it.
is down.
Well, his motion was to
Approve the budget as
to
prepared.
move it down, right?
Not to leave it as prepared, leave it
Okay.
as written.
Thanks.
So we have a motion on the table to leave communications as presented.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Alrighty, next we have adult.
So you actually have
got
only basically approved 911. Do you want to approve all of those sheriff departments as adjusted on the May 13th changes, the changes that you did this morning to the electeds, and the adjustments that you just approved?
I need to get to the tab for it.
It's all civil criminal patrol, substation, jail, and 911, all
Was
four.
that in that?
What line is that?
Yes, that.
Okay, so you approved the changes, but you didn't approve the budget, and the budget had other changes in it. So for sheriff's patrol budget, you approved the $8,500 reduction, but you didn't approve the May 13th changes and the changes that you did this morning. So you said you're going to do that all at once. So all the sheriff's departments, sheriff, civil, criminal patrol, harbor substation, jail, and communications all at once.
So
As adjusted,
Right.
approve those budgets.
The question I was asking is where is the sheriff's actually the 911, is that
Yes,
communications
it's
altogether?
911.
Okay.
So were you talking about personnel costs?
Yeah, the
Mainly?
changes, the May 13th changes were personnel changes.
Okay.
Cost changes.
So we would basically be approving the sheriff's office budget with the provisions we made.
With the changes you've made so far.
So put a motion on the table relative to the changes that were submitted the previous day. I believe that was on Tuesday.
Well, they were done on May 13th, which was Monday.
Okay.
And then you did one earlier this morning on the elected part, and then a couple of changes that you just did,
Right.
the 6,500 and the 8,500.
So in addition to the items, my motion is in addition to the items that we've already processed here in the last 20 minutes or so, we would also incorporate the changes that we've done Monday and this morning earlier.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Yay. Moving on to juvenile. But before we do that,
No.
no, we did not.
it's restricted funds.
It's in another, it's been moved. That's why we're just going in order. So before we get to juvenile, I think it's time for a little comfort environmental break. Catches up to us, so let's stand in recess until 2:25. Council left.
118 ounces.
Thank you,
We're
we're
on.
we're good.
Yeah,
So it is
that.
2:30.
That's why I'm telling you.
And Curry County Budget Committee is back from our recess. We are currently on juvenile, page 58.
Wasn't much change there, except for the.
No, I'm actually just going to recommend that we,
Thank you.
or I make a motion that we approve this budget as written.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I did, aye.
Thank you, sir. This takes us to emergency services, which is on page 61 and 62. And I would make a motion that we approve this budget as written.
I'll second that.
Been motion and second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Next is solid waste. I recommend that we accept this. I make a motion that we approve the budget as presented.
I'll second that.
Been motioned and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Next item is code enforcement, page 66.
And just a reminder that that position is budgeted to go full-time.
But not additional, right? Not a second.
It's, the position is not additional to the general fund. In this department, there was a .5, it was just in non-departmental. And then the additional .5, the additional 2.5 or 0.25 places are 0.25 in planning and 0.25 in building.
So I'd move that we accept this as written.
I'll second that.
Been motion seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Veteran Services is next. You can see the numbers on page 68. I move that we accept as written.
I'll second that.
Motion and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Now, what comes up in my book next is commissioners.
Well, actually, the other requirements, which I
requirements,
suggest
sure.
we hold till the end also with the non-departmental.
Agreed? Put an asterisk on that.
Yeah, page 73, 74.
So, yeah, that, 73. 74 is just the totals of the general fund, all of them, all the departments. Commissioners is, there's nothing there to approve, it's been moved to another fund, so this particular one is
It has
Just
moved to
history.
administrative services.
just
I
showing
see.
history.
Okay, so we don't really have to take any action on that,
No.
correct? All right, put NA on that. Next is the roads department. Glad to see we made that plural instead of road department. I move that we adopt this budget as written.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
And also at the bottom is the bike and footpath, which is on the bottom of page
82.
82. So there's kind of a separate department within the roads fund. It's they get the fuel tax and maintain bike lanes and such. Most of the spending is the road department does the repairs, and then they bill that department for that work.
I move
Not
that
much to
we
it.
approve this as written.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Call for the question.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye. Next, we have roadside improvement.
Roadside improvement is basically the transfer to where the new fund is. So this is just a carryover balance and then transfer to where the new fund is.
Court mediation, page 87.
You still need to approve that transfer.
From the road.
Got it. So,
Roadside
on
improvement.
roadside improvement, page 85, move that we move this to Reserve Fund 3.10. Is that correct?
I just approve the budget as it is, bringing over the,
Transferring.
it's just a transfer budget, the budget as it is.
Okay. I will amend my motion to move that we accept this budget as prepared.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Yes.
Aye. Court mediation, I move that we accept it as written.
Second?
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It's pretty bad when I have to make myself slow down.
You're doing fine.
Bike and footpath,
So this is one of the reduction of how many funds we have in the county. So this is the transfer budget to transfer to its new place there in the roads fund, the 115 fund.
I move that we approve the budget as prepared.
I'll second that.
All, any discussion, any further discussion? All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Next is county clerk's records restricted fund. And I move that we approve this budget as proposed.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Next is Cornerstone Preservation. It's on page 93. I move that we adopt the proposed budget as written.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
State Court Security Fund, page 95. I move that we adopt the proposed budget as written.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Did you want a second?
Law Library Fund, page 97. I move that we approve the proposed budget as prepared.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Next is the Economic Development Fund, page 99, 100. Just give me 1 second to look at the notes. I move that we approve the proposed budget as written.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
At the bottom of page 100 is another department that was a separate fund. Once again, it's the Bridge Light Maintenance Fund.
I move that we approve the proposed budget for the Bridge Light Maintenance Fund.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Court, you're smiling.
Thank you.
All right, next we have County Sheriff Restricted Revenue Fund, with the numbers actually beginning on page 103. We made a change to this on May 14th.
And and to remind you, that was adding the $50,000 transfer in from the general fund and adding $50,000 to line 24. This will actually have another line because there's no revenue on this page for the transfer from the general fund, so we'll have to add that line item.
I move that we approve the proposed budget as prepared and including our May 14th changes.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
Rough.
Then we have Marine Patrol.
Search and
Search
rescue.
and
Wait a minute.
rescue is next.
Hold on a second. What am I? Slow down.
105 is next.
104 and 5, yeah.
Got too carried away. Give me a second here to catch up. All right, page 104 through 105, Sheriff's Reserve Search and Rescue. I move that we approve this proposed budget as written.
I'll second that. This one had the May 13th payroll change in it. And so it changed not only the payroll, but the line item, the transfer from the Title III.
I will amend my motion to include the May 13th change.
I'll second the amended motion.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Next, we have Sheriff Marine Patrol on page 106, 107. I move that we approve the proposed budget to include the May 14th change.
That was the added $5,000.
Yes.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Then we have Sheriff Forest Patrol. I move that we approve the proposed budget as prepared.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
And we have Sheriff Inmate Services, which is on page 109. I move that we approve the proposed budget as submitted.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Yes. Next, we move on to Sheriff Parole and Probation. Here's where I need a second. On this particular budget, on line item 17, previous years were zero. This year is a $5,000 increase. I'm recommending we not do the $5,000 increase because there hasn't been any new additions in staffing to the Parole and Probation Department. There has been in other divisions.
I'd like to make a comment on that.
Yes, ma'am.
This is restricted revenue. It doesn't affect the general fund revenues in any way. And so it doesn't really, if they have the revenue, they can budget.
Thank you for that clarification. So there's no general fund contribution and they're just zeroing out what they're receiving in terms of grants and revenue. I will amend and say that I move to, that we approve the proposed budget for the sheriff parole and probation to include the changes we adopted on May 13th.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Brookings Airport.
So the airport and the airport grants are, the airport sold, so those are basically closed, so there's no action on those.
So I can just put NA.
I just put a big X there.
Okay. And we have Mr. Huddle's favorite task, which is the Port Orford Landfill Trust. And I would move that we accept, on page 117, I move that we accept the proposed budget as prepared.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Next, we have the Towers Operation and Maintenance Fund, which begins on page 119 and goes through 120. I need a moment to look at my notes. I move that we accept the proposed budget as written.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Yes. Next, we have the Towers Capital Replacement and Improvement Fund, and that is on page 121. And I move that we adopt the proposed budget as written.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
County Parks, page 123. Take a moment to look at my notes. I move that we accept this proposed budget as written.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor? Sorry.
I have some discussion on this. Repair and maintenance on the buildings has gone from 3 to 8, but that was, if I remember that in his presentation, that was that new roof that they put on one of the restrooms there?
Lobster Creek, I think. And Lobster Creek is, I think he budgeted for some repairs in Lobster Creek.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
And I think an important note to make is I don't believe there's any general fund contribution.
There is a general fund, but it was to cover the 10% of the Director of Operations payroll, otherwise it's self-supporting.
And that's the $12,345 that we can find on line 12 on page 123.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Did we
We had a motion and a
Discussion,
second.
yes, so just call for the question.
call for the question?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes. Next, we have the Victims Assistance Fund on page 126.
Criminal fines account, this is another one that we moved to grant 251. So this is the transfer budget to transfer the carryover balance to the new grant fund.
I move that we approve the proposed budget as written.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Next is VA Boca Basic.
The Boca Basic grant is also moving to the federal grant, Fund 250. There's no carryover because this is a claim grant, so the revenues at the end of the year and minus expenditures should be zero.
So do we have to take any action?
There's
on
no
this?
action on this
Okay,
one.
Thank you.
Just showing you the history.
Next, we have our Child Advocacy, which is our CAMI grant. And that is
This
on
is the-
page 129 and
130. This is the one handout from this morning correcting the way this grant page appeared in the first proposed budget. there was an insert, and it inserted some lines, so it looked like that $8,000 restricted fund balance was sitting at salary regular. So it was all off, so this is, what happens with this grant is it's not a claim grant, it is a grant that comes in even quarterly payments, so at the end of the year, I do expect to have a carryover balance that has to be returned to the state, since this, next week, we're doing a agreement to transfer the Wally's House to the new nonprofit. So once the state gets the carryover balance, they will give that money over to Wally's House.
Okay. Do we need to take action on this?
We do need to take action to approve this one.
I would move that we approve the proposed budget as written.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Next, we have the crisis assessment
That was
assistant.
That was a restricted funds that came in from Curry Health Foundation. I'm not sure when, several years, 5 years ago or something like that. It has very little money. Jackie promised me she would spend it by the end of the year so it wouldn't carry over. And then the Boca one-time grant ends June 30th. It's a claim grant. It will not have a carryover balance of any kind.
So no action is required on either.
No action, this just shows the history.
Thank you. That moves us into Event Center Administration, which is on page 132, 133.
And 134.
135 is just the fair, so
Yeah.
132, 133, 134. Give me a second to look at my notes. I move that we approve the proposed budget as written.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
County Fair is on page 135. And continues on to 136. And this is not, there's no general fund contribution there, is that correct?
No, there was the one in the event center to cover the liability or the building insurance, property insurance. But this is both, actually, the fair and the event center operations are with a contract with Fair Board, and they set this budget.
Okay. I move that we approve the proposed budget as written for the county fair.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Community Development Building.
And for some reason, this is this page 139 is the last year of history from the move for the planning department to the general fund. So that's basically history. And then building starts on page 140.
Okay. One second, I'll look at my notes. Just as a comment, I want to say across the board, I'm really not pleased about the increases in general liability insurance to the county. That's a pretty significant hit this year.
It was basically kind of a combination of last year and this year.
Based on?
It's almost a doubling in some areas.
Yes.
And I noticed on the sheriff's budget, they really got hit hard
Yeah.
in a couple of.
And hopefully that insurance, it was,
I know.
I think it evens out after this budget, so we're also budgeting for it differently. The prior, we would just budget basically what they had before, and but when it was paid, it was spread by their budget balance. And so this year, what I did was I took their budget as they were proposed, and I spread the estimated, because we still don't have the true cost of our liability and property insurance yet, but I spread it according to budgets the way it'll be costed once the bill comes in. So It looks like it's a lot different in some places, but that's because of the difference of the way it was applied to budgets.
Okay, thank you. After reviewing that, I'm looking at my notes, I had nothing down for a change, so I'm going to move that we accept the proposed budget as written.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Public Health and Environmental Services. Rich, did you have some feedback you wanted to give on this one?
Yeah, I just had a question on page 144, line 18. Are these Passover funds or restricted funds? It went from 400,000 to 575. Could you explain?
Yes, those are pass-through funds, and what Ben explained was he's basing that based on these budgets based on what he knows right now. They haven't completed the state budget, so they don't even know exactly what this is going to be. So if you notice that every single one of these revenues has a line item that's the exact same amount. So it's the pass-through 575 on line 2 is the same as the professional services that are passed through on line 18.
Okay. Just wondering, that just seemed like a lot, so.
If you look at the history on both those lines, it's because there was a change of the state of the way that they contracted these services, and it went from kind of going directly to CCH to being passed through the county. So the first preceding year looks a lot lower because they didn't start that program until January of 2018, which is halfway through the year of the 17-18 year. And so we have a budget for the 18-19 year based on 100% of that going on, and this is the next year of that.
Okay.
So we have two different items here relative to public health. The first one is going to be on page 143, and that is public health, environmental. And so I am moving that we accept the proposed budget as written.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Next, we have Public Health and Human Services, which can be found on page 144. I move that we accept the proposed budget as written.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Yes. Aye. Next, it looks like we're moving on to admin commissioners. I move that we reduce pay for all commissioners to $5 a year. Just making sure we're all paying attention.
You might get some support on that.
Everybody's awake.
All right, being serious.
I think that we did have a little bit of a change here. So the travel budget, I think that they wanted it to total to 15,000 and
15.
instead of, I gotta look it up again, sorry. It's at 19.5 right now. Did you want me to reduce, because we added 15,000 this year, but in the original budget was 4,500, so it's now sitting in this year, the 2019-20 budget is sitting at 19.5. And we did have some discussion of moving that back down to a total of 15,000 instead of 19.5. And I don't know if that's what you want me to do or just leave it here and just not.
That's what we discussed earlier, is putting it 15.
That's still 2,000 more than what it was 3 years ago. So I think 15 will cover. I think I made that point. I may not have made it clear enough, but
And we're arriving at that number by adding the 3 line items, is that
Well,
correct?
it's line item 31, line items 37, 38, 39, and on the next page, 1 and 2. So it's 31, 37, 38, 39, and then 1 and 2. That should be 19.5.
Yes, ma'am.
I got.
Just because it's there doesn't mean you need to spend it. So I'm just going to move that we accept the proposed budget as written.
Why not reduce line, say, 37 by $4,500? Just to get it in line with what we've got. Since it doesn't matter whether we're, within the category. That way we can get it down a little more.
So which line did you want to bring down?
Well, I'm looking at the line 37. Bring that down by $4,500.
Can we negotiate on that?
we're going to be right back where we were a year ago. It looks like to me. You go with, Mr. Pash, you go with 19,000 when you add up the 4 lines.
19.5, yeah. Why don't, I agree, why don't we just leave it at the 19.5 and we'll just be.
You don't have to spend it, I think,
Yeah.
is sort of my point, but I'd like to see the commissioners have a little bit more flexibility in the category to move things around, just like the other departments do.
Thank you.
That is like so much of your budget. You don't have anything outside of that really, except for your copier and your cell phones, which you
Right.
can't do anything about, so.
I'll second your motion.
Did I make a motion yet?
Yeah,
I
you
did
did.
make a motion. Going so fast, I'm having a hard time keeping up. And so we have a second to the motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. And then we have BOC office. And I move that we approve the proposed budget as written.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Now we're on to administration finance, which is on page 154. 155.
155.
And I move that we approve the proposed budget as written.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
County Council, on page 156. I move that we approve the proposed budget as written.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Next is payroll and personnel. That's on page 158. I move that we approve the proposed budget as written.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Admin, central,
It's Infotech, IT. Page 159.
see page 159. I'm making sure I'm on the right.
I think the next page numbers are wrong.
So I'm on page 159, and that's information technology.
Which is IT department?
And, okay, I think I got a little ahead of myself on signing these things off. But, okay. Just a note on this, I really do think this is quite an expense for an outside entity to approve, or excuse me, to provide these services. I think the county would be better served with its own internal information technology where you have people on call and available to respond after hours and having the county be their only priority. And I think it could be funded with material service costs along with personnel under the amount that we're currently spending.
I'll second that.
There's nothing we can do now because you don't just replace an IT provider. That takes time to go through those machinations. So I've made my statement. I move that we accept the proposed budget as written.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Could we spend just a moment on that? Director Schmelzer, do you want to comment on that? I've not had any discussions with you, but I think just to give us some direction on where we might be headed in the next few months would be very helpful to me and the public, I think.
Sure. I have had conversations, well, I sat down with the IT providers and I wanted to know why the bill was so high. And they went through and they showed that a lot of it was just basically laziness on our part. Instead of just doing something ourselves, we would always call IT, so then we'd get billed for that. So we worked with the departments and saying, you know, if it's something you can be doing in-house, do it in-house. Let's try and save the money, and that did help reduce those costs a little bit. They did go through and gave us a overall users study to show who was asking the questions, what type of questions were they. Is it stuff they could be handling in-house, or were they true IT needs? So that kind of helped us understand pretty much what the true need is, I guess. They also went through and they looked at all of our computers for us, and we talked about this the other day, but they went through and they inventoried all the computers and looked at the life that was left on them and helped us develop a plan for replacement of when we could actually see those getting replaced and make sure that we budgeted accordingly.
Quick follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Sir.
If we actually spent, and invested a substantial amount in additional equipment in the last couple of years that you're aware of, I'm not.
We have.
Okay,
Yeah,
rough amount?
Louise, would you know?
I don't know, because what we're trying to do is trying to get computer equipment to be purchased through the IT department rather than every department deciding whether or not they need a new computer. And some of them are deciding, no, I don't need a new computer, and their computer is 15 years old. But they do need a computer, but they're not budgeting for it and they're not doing it. So we're trying to move those decisions into this department. So number one, we know what our cost for replacing computer equipment is, and number two, that we better have a better handle on what's being purchased and for how much.
Right, I agree. I mean, you'd have people purchasing one type of computer when we could be getting a better rate at another one. So basically the strategy right now is, you know, I've only been here since February, but CCET and IT and I did agree to just work on these things to try and see where we can be saving money before we pull the plug and say, oh, that's it, we need a whole new IT department. Because there is stuff we could be doing to save money right now.
Just one small question. If the IT, Coos Curry is going to be providing these computers, are the department budgets reduced in those areas where they would have said they were going to buy computers with the money? Just curious.
They are, if once we get the program going, then they will not be budgeting within their department's purpose.
Yeah, I was just wondering if they had budgeted this year for
Well,
computer.
even if they budgeted this year, this budget for replacing computer equipment is about a quarter of what we need to replace, so.
Okay.
And I'd also like to make the comment is IT, I am sure, is going to be a large part of your strategic plan. So, you know, this is a budget, we haven't got a strategic plan in place yet, but once we do, then this budget will follow this strategic plan to be where we want to be.
Thanks for allowing that time, Mr. Chair. That helps.
Got a question. Are we into page 160 when we're looking at costs? Am I jumping ahead?
No, you're right on target.
Because I see the computers are 46,920, and then the software is 68,810. Am I? But I'm wondering, the other day, Ken mentioned that they went to the Google for a lot less, and I'm wondering, are we exploring that?
That's the basis for allowing this conversation now, just to get a heads up, just even preliminarily. So yes, you're on the right track. Thank you.
Yeah, because it sounds like that'd be a considerable saving.
We will be exploring that, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So I understand from talking to some of the elected officials and department heads that also what's happening is the servers are not in the greatest of condition and are aging as well. And so you have a huge infrastructure problem from an IT perspective, and that from a security perspective is really scary because they stopped making patches for some of the older systems, which means that you don't have the highest and best security protocols. Again, I would highly recommend that you really consider hiring your own staff. Your rate in terms of reimbursement, I'm quite certain the people from Coos Curry Electric that are providing that service and have been very helpful to the county, they're having to charge you their actual cost, which is probably higher than what you would pay with your own personnel. Those funds then that are made up between the cost of personnel can help replace some of this equipment. But I do believe that you guys have a serious problem that is going to create some real tragedies if it's not addressed in the next 2 years. Yes?
I agree, and outsourcing IT has never proven to be a profitable situation for anyone, I don't believe, but I think this is something that we're going to have to move forward with quickly, and I agree that if we are going to change servers and upgrade all of that, it would certainly be nice to have that new IT department in place so that when it is set up, they know where all the bells and whistles and switches are.
Yes, sir.
I just want to remind the public, though, that Coos Curry came to our rescue 2 years ago. Had they not?
I'm not
And
making
no,
any complaint about
and
it.
I think you actually just kind of indirectly referenced that a moment ago. So I want to be fair to them, and I think we are. But there's got to be ways to save money on this. But I want to be fair to them and how much new equipment and the issues that you're identifying that we're aware of or trying to be better aware of. Very helpful. Thank you again.
And the reason I bring these up, not to belabor the point, is because this is year 1 of 4. And we need to get somewhere in the 4-year period. And so by planting these seeds now, hopefully, as we progress over this 4-year cycle that I'm involved with the Budget Committee, we can make some advancements in how we handle business. Having said that, I move that we approve. I don't recall if I made it, so I'm just going to make it again. I move that we approve the proposed budget as written.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Next, we have Central County occupancy.
This is actually all of the county occupancy. We don't have north and south and central anymore. We just have central. It serves all of our buildings in the county, although there's no North County building anymore.
Got it. I'm just checking my notes. I move that we approve the proposed budget as written.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Yes, sir.
All right.
So North County is closed. I'm going to put an NA, no action. Louise, it says on here, internal service, is that in this process?
Yeah, so the
Oh,
next few are all part of what's called the Internal Services Fund. It's a combination fund, once again, that combined 3 funds into one. So they were all each a fund, and now they're all three under one.
So that's on page 166, 167, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's vehicle replacement. And 167 is general, so the building repair
Building
is on
repairs.
page 166. Move that we accept and approve the proposed budget as written.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next, we have the internal service general vehicle service, which is on 167. I move that we approve the proposed budget as written.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Then we have on page 168, the vehicle replacement fund. I move that we approve the proposed budget as written.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And that was the vehicle replacement, and then, so that transferred over.
Yeah, so this page 170 is one of the funds that transferred from Fund 2.22 to 2.21. That's why they're right against each other.
Okay.
But this is the budget to transfer the beginning fund balance to the new place.
So
This is kind of a transfer budget.
I move that we approve the proposed budget on page 170.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Next is road capital and improvement, which is on page 172.
And this is also one of the reorganization of the funds. So it moved to what we're calling the reserve funds, which there were several that were individual, and now they're all one. So this is the transfer budget to move it to Fund 310.
I move that we approve the proposed budget and transfer.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Looks like the next two are closed, county lands and
Yeah.
cable TV.
So they're just histories of those two funds.
No action is required. Next, we have PEG Access, which is on page 178. I move that we approve the proposed budget as written.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Next is Building Repair and Construction Projects Fund.
And this was another one that we moved to the Fund 221 we just talked about a little bit ago, and this is the transfer, the carryover balance to the new placement.
Thank you. I move that we approve the proposed budget and transfer as written.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Next, we have federal grants.
So this is page 183 through like page 188. It's all of the federal grants. Boca Basic was moved into here, so the history is in a different place. And I think what we should do is approve the federal grant fund instead of each individual grant.
Okay, let's take a few moments, if we all would please, and just pace through 183, 184, 185, 186, 187, 188. Yes, and I'll give everybody a moment to do that.
And just a comment, I don't think there's a whole lot we can do about the grants, so.
Agreed. Still want to make sure we're giving them due time. move that we approve the proposed federal grant budgets on pages 183 through 188 as written.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Next, we have state, local, and restricted.
Do anything
It's
with
on
that
page
either.
190, and it looks like that goes through page 194. I move that we accept the proposed budget as written.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Next,
Yes.
we have 196, and this is the general self-insurance. Self-insurance. I move that we,
This is the history and transfer to the new Fund 310, so it's the transfer budget.
I move that we approve the proposed budget and transfer as written.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Next, we have the road fund equipment self-insurance fund, and that one is moving as well. So I will move that we approve the proposed budget and transfer as written.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Next, we have the bridge lighting maintenance fund.
And this is, there's no transfer because it didn't have a balance, and so this is now being budgeted under Economic Development Fund 127. There's only history showing here, so there's no action.
Thank you.
Good job.
Switches us into the reserve fund. Start seeing the financial information on 203. And I would move that we approve the proposed budget as written.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Next, we have the PERS reserve. It's on that same page, 203. And I move that we approve the proposed budget as written.
I'll second that.
And seconded. Sorry, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Just one point. I know we increased the salaries. Did the PERS increase
This is-
appropriately?
This is a reserve fund that was set up many years ago. It's being used to pay, right now it's being used to pay for when people retire and PERS decides that they worked in your entity 30 years ago and you owe PERS for that.
Gotcha.
This is where we pay it out of. This gets no revenue.
Batteries.
And once this reserve goes,
Then we're
finishes,
stuck.
it'll be gone. So it's just a reserve fund to pay those kind of costs that come in unexpectedly from PERS.
So does that happen very often?
It happens less in the county than it does in a school, because in school what happens is substitute teachers retire, and they worked in 4 different districts, and none of them knew that they were PERS covered or eligible to be PERS covered. So
Okay.
it helps. It doesn't happen a lot in counties, but it does a lot in schools. So
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
That's 251,000. It's in reserve.
220.
220.
yeah, the unemployment self-insurance is 251, and the PERS reserve is 220.
So
There's 2
that's,
separate
is that a
departments.
high reserve for that if we don't have a lot of history of those PERS claims? Or is that,
Well, it has no other revenue, so if you start taking money out of there, it doesn't get replaced. So
I'd like to see that at about $500,000 before we start taking money out of that. It's more of an RDF, a rainy day fund.
okay,
You know, it's a little thing that sits over there. We don't have to add to it, but at the same time, if it builds up and we do add some to it, then
the one that is this one that does get revenue up here, the unemployment, self-insurance, this is one I would say is kind of getting to the point that you might consider transferring out. We did 2 years ago, transfer out 127, which left the balance at 180. So now we're at 251, and you're kind of getting up there again where you might take some money out of it, but I might wait a year or so to do that.
I'd like to wait a little bit. It's good to have a little bit of some pockets.
Yeah. And that is, and we are self-insured for unemployment, so if we have any unemployment claims, they will be paid out of this fund.
If it's on a large number, pretty important fund.
Well, yeah,
Less
I mean,
employee,
if you start laying people off, or even if you don't, I mean, even if they leave to go to someplace else and get laid off from there, they can go back to you and you're paying unemployment on them. What?
The rules for unemployment have changed a lot.
Oh, boy.
They're terrible. Yeah, you're on the
The
hook.
next person hires them, and then they lay them off, they can come back to you.
There's a time limit on that, but certainly.
1 year, I think it is.
It's,
That doesn't sound fair.
I've had it happen.
so, I don't recall if I did or not, because after a while, you just forget something.
I did check off the PERS reserve. I think you guys voted on it. Did you?
JJ?
Not yet.
Help.
You didn't.
Self-insurance was approved unanimously, as was road equipment. Self-insurance was also approved unanimously.
So we did not do PERS yet.
No, you made a motion, I seconded, and then I asked the question.
Okay, thank you for confusing me.
No, it was discussion. How's that?
I can still smile at 3:30 in the afternoon. That's really important to me. So, it's been moved, seconded, discussed. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Next, we have reserves, roadside improvement.
This one is extremely restricted, can only be spent on Titus Lane. Right now, there is no actual expenditure being budgeted for. It is in a reserve for future expenditure, which means it will not be appropriated.
I move that we approve the proposed budget as written.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And next, we have road capital improvement. We did ask for a change on May 13th.
And there's going to be changes here from this morning. The sheriff changes so that all of the sheriff's departments will change. So I don't know what that number is right now, so until I calculate all the changes from this morning and get that all together with all of the changes, I don't know what the impact here will be. It's not going to be very much, but it will have an impact.
I would recommend to the committee that we hold off on that one, just like we did to
Other
non-departmental
requirements
and
and-
other requirements, because I think that's sort of an end game where we at. Everyone concur?
Yes.
Yeah.
A little asterisk by that. And we have reserves, reserves, general equipment, self-insurance.
So these are where they were moved to, so this is the budget to do those two funds, the road equipment and general equipment.
So we're going to deal with the general equipment self-insurance first. I move that we approve the proposed budget as written.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Next, we have road equipment self-insurance. And I move that we approve the proposed budget as written.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Next, we have ER, PERS Expense Reserve Fund.
This is the one that was moved to up above 310, had its own fund 311, so it was combined with the other reserve funds. So this is the transfer budget.
Do we need to take any action on that?
Yeah, you have to, but, because I do have to transfer the beginning fund balance to the new placement.
I move that we approve the proposed budget and transfer as written.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Yes. Next is the county schools fund. It's on page 209. I move that we approve the proposed budget as written.
I'll second that.
It's moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Next, we have Title III Reserve. First, we have the prior to 2008. Move that we approve the proposed budget as written.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Let me just make one point. This Title III, since I've done a little bit of research, it carries over. Is that correct, Louise?
Yes, after this year, there's no foreseeable new revenues. This one doesn't have any new revenues because it's everything that we received before 2008. The next two will, if they continue SRS, will have future revenues, but as of this year, this is the last year we're going to have revenues in it, and it'll just be carryover balances from that.
Okay, but it's still very restricted in the way we can spend it.
This one is the one that's the least restricted. And then if we go to the next page, this one is on page 212. This one is the one that is restricted to projects that were written or people applied for and were approved by the board. So there's this one has a bunch of projects in it.
Mm-hmm.
And this is also when we get the money from the federal government, when we get the SRS funds, this is where the Bureau of Land Management money comes in. And this last one is where the Forest Service money comes in. So the bulk of these two have high restrictions on them, and they are only for search and rescue, and those funds can only be spent during an active search.
Okay.
So you can't buy equipment ahead of time, you can't train ahead of time. You can only buy equipment if it's needed while you're actively searching.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that for everybody.
Thank you.
So these three funds are kind of together, they're just different pieces of the Title III funds.
Is that only on Forest Service land or BLM land?
Yeah, the active searches have to be on Forest Service land.
No.
No, they have to be on active, they only can only fund search and rescue. Search and rescue, we have a fund for search and rescue. And I can bring over Title III money to supplement that, but only in the percentage of the percent of searches that were done on federal land.
The reason I asked is that recent drowning that they had on the river. I guess that started out as a search and rescue. Is that
I don't have access to what is currently going on in search and rescue. I get a report. I actually have gotten 2 reports this year updating me of where we are, and that was to help me try to figure out where I'm going to get the revenue to budget. So I think that usually we have about anywhere from 35 to 55% is on federal land, and I could if I look at the search and rescue budget and I come down the end of the year and say I spent $100,000, I can take $55,000 out of Title III and bring that revenue into search and rescue. But that's all. So right now what we're budgeting is a conservative 25% will come from Title III and 75% from the general fund. But if it ends up that we have 55% of the searches on federal land, I will just bring in less from the general fund and bring in more from Title III. And that's the way this budget has been built.
So is there a lot of oversight on that? Every time you transfer, I mean, do we have eyes looking on us, or just curious?
You know, I don't know. I don't do any reports, but I guess the eyes would be anybody who finds that it's objectionable that I use those Title III funds can. But I think that we both.
Auditors will.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, the auditors look at it, of course,
Okay.
And they may even test it to make sure that
and
it's
they
valid.
might test it too. So I have all the backup to every time I do the transfer. I have all of the backup sheets of what all the expenditures are and why I moved it. So I do have really good backup for every time I do Title III spending.
Okay.
Commissioner Boyce?
Nationally, they keep talking about making it more flexible on where these funds can be used. We're going to have a workshop on this on the 22nd, so we might want to hold the discussion till then. I think we'll all learn a lot on that, and that's primarily from Coos Forest Protected, which is the other portion of the requirements, the restricting bit for firefighting, et cetera. So, thank you.
I'll be brief. I have the last audit of those funds. I have it copied where they cite different sheriff's office and use of funds. The bottom conclusion was they have no teeth in it because they cited all these offenses by the different counties and the way you use the funds. And bottom line is their conclusion. Office of Budget, OMBG, they had no teeth, and that's. But I'd be happy to give it to you just to read. It's pretty long. I'm not sure you want it, but it's there.
Yeah, they haven't asked for like even a desk audit or anything from the county, but if they did, that's basically what they would do. They would just write a report saying, hey, you really shouldn't be doing this.
Exactly, and that's what the report concluded that they. Anyway, I have it in case someone wants to read it.
Ethically, I wouldn't recommend that.
I think the test is, do you want headlines in the paper of how you spent Title III funds? And if you don't mind saying that I spent it on this, and you can back up why you did it, then there's no reason.
I did want to make a note about the Title III funds that are prior to 2008. There's not a ton of money in there. And I noticed that they're all transferring to search and rescue, but those old Title III funds used to be good funds. The juvenile department used them and did a lot of projects with the Forest Service.
Well, it
Sad to
says,
see the change the rules on that.
it does say transfer to search and rescue, but if I needed that for Marine or someplace else, it's available for that. It doesn't have to, this one does not have to transfer to search and rescue. I could even use it for towers, any of the ones that, I mean, we have a huge list of projects that were after 2008, and basically all those projects qualify under prior to 2008 also. It was when the restrictions were a lot looser to what you could spend the money on. So.
Given that information, should we not be looking at trying to put this $51,000 into play this year then and make sure that
It doesn't really matter because, I mean, what I'm doing is I'm spending this money here, this 2008 to 2011 money with all the projects. So as I'm using, if I have a project that back in 2009-10 was written for $50,000, $60,000, and I've used it all along until now, and now I've run out, I have that money that I can use. So it's when I look at these funds, I look at all three of them together and what I can spend the money on. So I have released, there were some things that were written for in the 2008 through 2011 projects that were released. There's interest that comes in on this money. So that interest money, the released funds, the prior to 2008 funds, those are available to continue projects as long as I can. So it's not individually spent, it's spent as a big block, just in certain ways because of the different restrictions on the three funds.
Okay. I will call for the question on this. We have a moved it, and there was a second. We have discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Next, we have Title III, again, put the glasses on, 2008 DUI BLM. I move that we approve the proposed budget as written.
I'll second that.
Moved, seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And next, we have Title III USDA Forest Service, and that is going to be on page 213. I move that we approve the proposed budget as written.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Yes. I believe we have 3 items left. Those are, that we're not going to do today. Those are the non-departmental, the other requirements, and
The road fund improvement.
the reserves road capital improvement. So we will take those up tomorrow. How do we want to schedule tomorrow? Mr. Jesuit, when you sent out the public notice regarding our hearing time tomorrow, what was the schedule?
I think that's a moot point, need 24 hours. So we start at 10, it's too late.
Well, I already.
No, that's why I'm asking, what was sent out? What would, 10 o'clock? So we need to convene at 10 tomorrow. You may not be ready, which is why I'm at, we can convene and say, we're coming back at 1 o'clock. Right. That's all we got to do, but I'm asking
Yeah,
you,
I'm
what time
thinking-
do you need?
And it's really hard to say how much time I need. I think that I can be done in time to give you the information you need by 1 o'clock tomorrow.
Okay.
And it might be a little bit of a close call, but I think I can get it done.
Well, how about if we push it to 1:30?
I don't think that matters.
Okay.
I'm just thinking that, I'm trying to think of what form I'm going to give it to you in. And I don't know if, once what I have to do is I have to put it all in, and so I know what the final number is. And if I put it in and tell you what the final number is, you know what all the changes are. Do you have to see it in writing of all the changes? Or can I just say, final number is this, you need to move to approve this dollar amount? I mean, I can give you a little report of what changed in other requirement, what changed in the carryover balance revenues, and what changed in road fund improvement. But you don't want the whole,
Well, now I have to ask
Budget.
a question, which is, I want to make sure we're doing what's ever legally required. And so if what you're talking about is acceptable and meets the legal requirements,
Yeah.
then that is satisfactory.
so what I'll do is I'll do a little report saying that
And which is the process you're talking about?
just approving the budget.
Okay.
So they do, once they've told me they've approved everything with the changes that they told me to make in it. So they don't need to go back through another one of these that shows all the changes. I just need to tell them the total dollar
Tax rate,
effects
total dollar
of those
amount.
changes.
Right. So in other words, we come back tomorrow at 10, we adjourn till recess till 1. You present the summary of the changes they've told you to make and what the total dollar is, and they move to approve a total dollar budget and a tax rate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, it's kind of a courtesy that I will tell you what changed on the general fund, those two ones that we haven't approved yet, and what changed on the road capital improvement fund. But the total dollar amount that you need to do is just, when I get everything all balanced and ready, I have one number for you to approve.
So my next question would be, we have 3 items we did not do today, which we really can't do till you're in a better position to provide us that information, non-departmental, other requirements, and road. Do we do that at 1 o'clock or do we do that at 10 a.m.?
We'll do it at 1 o'clock because those are the numbers I won't have until.
That's why I'm verifying.
1, yeah. So the first thing we'll do is I'll kind of say, these are the effects of changes on those 3 departments. And so that makes the total amount this much. And so you could approve those 3 departments separately if you want to, or you could just approve the whole budget. The reason why we went go through it like this is just so that we know that we have looked at everything and that you agree with what's in the budget and that you all saw what was in that budget. But really, you don't have to go through these departments one by one. You just have to approve $1 amount. So even when we come back tomorrow, you don't have to go back and approve non-departmental and approve that. If you just approve the final number, you have approved all of them.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you. Commissioner Pash?
I was just wondering, for travel for everyone else, if all we need is a quorum at 10 a.m. to come in and then recess until 1, 2.
I live here, so
And I'm
okay.
going to be in Gold Beach tomorrow, so us 2 can be here at 10 a.m. And
I'm over here.
okay.
Are you going to be here? You had a question about tomorrow.
I might call in at 10. I really am undecided right now, especially if you know, it's just going to be a quick one, and then,
I don't know if we can get by without you.
oh,
sir.
I'm sure you can.
All we need is a form at 10.
So 4 of us.
So we'll have 4 of us.
I'll be here.
Yes.
So you won't even need to call in at 10, just at 1 o'clock.
And it'd really be good if you could be here at 1 o'clock. I think your constituents would like to see you participate in the final process.
It would be very difficult to argue with you, sir, Chair. Thank you.
I'll be here at 1 o'clock. Awesome, thank you. So I believe we've taken care of our housekeeping for tomorrow. I want to say thank you to everybody. It's been it's not been an easy process. There's been a lot of time involved in this, and I really appreciate all the support we're getting, and I'm looking forward to concluding our business tomorrow.
I need 60 seconds.
Yes, sir.
I don't know of anybody in Curry County that is experienced with this whole process than you. So I just want to extend gratitude. This guy here's been shot before. I mean, Mr. Alcorn, and this guy has 2 Purple Hearts. I mean, I'm just in awe. And so there, I only took 30 seconds, but I wanted to say that and just really extend huge gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I'd like to thank Ken. If he's not coming next year, I'm not coming.
Ooh.
You're the chair now.
You're going to have to. Or the sheriff's sitting behind you. If you don't
Yeah,
show
that's
up.
So thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. And 10 a.m. for 4 of us and the rest of us at 1. Thank you. John, don't forget your